Chapter 296. The people of Tarantum, who had long been nourished by the prosperous trade and fertile land of Tarantum, felt the cruelty of war. They no longer had the ambition to compete with Dionia and only hoped that there would be no more sacrifices for their homes and loved ones. Under the strong demand of the citizens, the Senate organized a hasty citizens' assembly. After a heated debate, they finally decided to use the victory of the battle to propose peace talks with the Misapi people. In order to prevent the obstruction of the belligerent consul Diomedes, the citizens' assembly also elected the next consul in advance. Humicus was still elected, and Distymus became consul again. At the same time, he shouldered the mission of going to Misapi to complete the peace talks. As for Diomedes, the people of Tarantum were not as radical as the people of Crotone and did not request for him to be put on trial. However, it could be assumed that his life in Tarantum would not be good. Distymus was on his way to the camp, and Devers was writing a reply to the Senate of Dionia. Sirs, after I led my army to Tarantum, I fought a battle with the 30,000 Misapi coalition forces in the mountains yesterday and won. Our soldiers suffered few casualties, but Tarantum suffered heavy casualties. Judging from the results of the war during this period of time, the decline of Tarantum is inevitable. Therefore, Consul Tryphias of Heraclea took the initiative to express to me that he wanted to join the Dionia alliance, and Consul Tydepres of Metapontum is also wavering. Sirs, perhaps you haven't realized that the Dionia alliance is no longer the weak city-state that had to be invaded by strong states in the past, but has become the most powerful force in southern Italy. Since Dionia has become the overlord of southern Italy, it has attracted the attention of other city-states in southern Italy. We must change our previous cautious and conservative style in time to show the boldness that a strong alliance should have. Only in this way can the city-states of southern Italy tightly unite around Dionia and protect the safety of Dionia. Dionia also protects the peace and stability of all the Greek city-states in southern Italy and protects the safety of every Greek. This is the goal that we, the Senate of Dionia, strive to achieve. Chelou, as a Greek tribe living among the other races, has asked us for help in a time of crisis, and this is the time to test us. To reject him would cause doubt in the hearts of our allies and the cities that are watching. But to accept him would inspire the courage of the cities that have faith in Dionia, for Dionia would go to war with Bruttii for the sake of a small tribe like Chelou. So when the other city-states were in danger, how could Dionia not do its best to help? In addition, even if a war with the Bruttii arises because of protecting the Chelou tribe, there is no need for us to regret it, because a war between Dionia and the Bruttii is unavoidable. The reason why the Chelou tribe asked us for help was because Kazinsa was uniting the Bruttii tribes to form an even more powerful and terrifying Bruttii tribal alliance, just like the Lucaria tribal alliance. We all know that the land in the Bruttii region is barren, and the production is not plentiful. In the past, the Bruttii often crossed the mountains and plundered the Greek city-states for supplies and people. Now that a unified Bruttii tribal alliance has been established, it is inevitable that they will expand outwards to achieve greater development for their race. But look at the surroundings of the Bruttii. It is either surrounded by Dionia's territory or adjacent to our allies. The Bruttii is like a beast lying next to Dionia. Do we hope to tame it before it grows up? Or do we wait for it to grow up before we fight it? The answer is undoubtedly the former. The Devers handed the written letter to Marigi. After sending him off, Tormid came in and told the Devers in detail about the investigation of the soldiers beating the people. The Devers did not expect that it was because of him that the soldiers violated the military law, and he was touched. He whispered, "Oliver's." He could not make a decision at the moment. Tormid took the opportunity to persuade, "Sir, it is because the Tarantum people freely insulted our soldiers, and you, that Oliver's and the others were angry and beat him. I don't think they are wrong in this matter." And the Devers looked up at him, and Tormid immediately shut his mouth. "Yes, for me." The Devers sighed softly and made a decision in his heart. "Go inform Capys and Dracos. Let them leave half of their men in the camp, and bring the rest of the soldiers to the threshing ground in the middle of the village, and then call the military judge. Sir, Torm had heard and wanted to persuade again. The Devers waved his hand and did not allow him to say more. Go. Brothers. The Devers stood on a haystack the height of a person, facing thousands of Dionia's soldiers, and said loudly, in order to fulfill the covenant between Dionia and Tarentum, you have come to this strange land, fought bravely, and repelled the fierce and cunning Mesapi and Pachetti. I, the Senate, and all the people of Dionia thank you. The soldiers proudly puffed out their chests. The Devers paused for a while and continued, but in the process, a bad thing happened. Several of our brothers beat up a Tarentum theater owner. At that time, the soldiers pricked up their ears and listened carefully. Although they were restricted by military rules and could not move, their eyes darted around, guessing who did it. Although it was the other party who provoked us first, Dionia's military law is not for show. Those who beat people must be punished. The Devers shouted with a serious expression, Military judge. The military judge at the side said loudly, according to Dionia's military law, soldiers who bully or beat people of the Alliance during the war will be punished at least 20 times depending on the seriousness of the case. But because of the other party's repeated provocation and vicious words, the soldiers present were forced to attack out of anger. After discussing with the commander-in-chief, I have decided to punish the soldiers who committed the crime. Each soldier who committed the crime will be punished with 10 strokes of the stick. The soldiers were relieved. For them, who often received military training, 10 strokes of a stick was a very light punishment. Olivers stepped forward. The military judge continued to shout. When Olivers walked to the line, there was another small commotion among the soldiers. They did not expect a captain to be involved in this matter. Leotychides was also quite surprised. He did not expect the people of Dionia to punish the captain who committed the crime without hesitation just because he beat up a citizen of the Alliance in order to uphold military discipline. In his memory, the Spartan army was also unable to achieve the same level of discipline. They were only disciplined when it came to battles, but when they were in the territory of the Alliance, the actions of the soldiers were not strictly restricted. Therefore, the local people, such as Corinth and Megara, had a lot of resentment towards them. Back then, as the son of King Arsus of Sparta, Leotychides did not receive much treatment as a prince. He also participated in many battles as a soldier, so he was more familiar with the situation of the Sparta army. Olivers calmly walked to the front of the line. After beating someone up, he was already prepared to be punished. After the military judge called out the names of the soldiers who committed the crime, Olivers saw the Devers on the haystack looking at him. Then he heard him say loudly, in addition, there is another person who will be punished by military law, and that is me. As soon as the statement came out, the whole army was in an uproar. Capys, Dracos, Antonios, Alexis, Amyntas, and other senior generals were also shocked when they heard this. For a moment, they forgot to restrain the soldiers. Under the reminder of the Devers, they finally restored the order of the line. Why are you punishing me? The Devers pointed at the soldier who committed the crime in front of the line and said loudly with sincerity, Olivers, as a captain, doesn't he know that beating someone up is against military law? Don't the other brothers know the pain of being beaten by the military rod? No, of course they know. Every soldier of the Legion is familiar with the military law of Dionia. But why did the brothers of the First Legion not have such problems when they were in Crotone, in Cilicia, and in Corunna, but made a mistake here in Tarentum across the bay? Because the people of Tarentum mainly insulted me, and Olivers and the others hit me in anger to maintain my prestige as the commander of this army. And I, as the consul of Dionia, your commander, led you to help Tarentum. But not only did I not win the respect of the people of Tarentum, I even let them belittle and insult us. This is my dereliction of duty, my responsibility. So since you want to punish them, you have to punish me first, otherwise, the Devers patted his chest. I don't feel good here and I can't forgive myself, so don't try to dissuade me. I want to accept the punishment of 10 military rods together with these brothers. The execution will be supervised by Dracos. No faking. After the Devers finished, The threshing floor was silent. Every soldier looked at their commander with excitement, their chests rising and falling rapidly. Oliver's only felt his eyes warm, and tears flowed down his cheeks. He could not help but wave his arms and shout, "Long live our Devers!" As soon as he took the lead, a huge wave of voices covered the entire village, mixed with praises of "Long live Dionia" and curses of "Damn Tarantum." The Devers watched everything calmly, and he reminded the military judge, who was equally excited, "Prepare for the execution." After that, he walked down the grain pile and stood next to Oliver's. Chapter 297. After some discussion, both of them agreed that if the negotiations were to be successful, they should first obtain the support of Dionia. Thus, they rushed to the Dionia barracks, just in time to hear the tsunami-like cheers in the barracks. The two of them were puzzled when the Dionia herald, Tormid, arrived and brought an order from the Devers. The two of them were allowed to enter the barracks. "Are you training?" Yumacast asked curiously. Tormid said with respect, "Are you referring to the cheers? That's our commander, the Devers, being punished with a stick." "What did you say?" Yumacast thought he had heard wrong. Tormid solemnly briefly recounted what had happened. Yumacast and Decidimus were dumbfounded. The consul of Dionia not only punished the soldiers who committed the crime for beating up a citizen of Tarantum, but also punished himself. Not only did the two of them not feel the slightest gratitude, but fear rose in their hearts. They had never heard of a consul of the League being punished for such a trifling matter in all the Greek history that they knew. The two of them had also served as consul several times, and had commanded the army of the city many times. Of course, they knew the importance of discipline in the army and war. The Dionysian army's requirements for military discipline were so strict. No wonder they could defeat the fierce Pachetti. The terrifying Devers. Decidimus sighed in a low voice. Yumacast happened to hear it and was stunned. He immediately understood the meaning of Decidimus' words. The Devers could be so cruel to themselves in order to achieve their goals. Moreover, through the contact with the Devers during this time, Yumacast felt that it was not a good thing for Tarantum to have such a lifelong consul in Dionia. The only fortunate thing was that the citizens of Tarantum had finally reached an agreement on the peace talks. Otherwise, with the current mental state of the Dionia soldiers, who knew what would happen if they were allowed to attack Masapi again? Damn it, Timaeus! Can't these free and undisciplined people of Tarantum think for the city before making trouble? When the two senators saw Devers, he was lying in the military tent, receiving treatment from the doctor. After knowing the purpose of their visit, although Devers was surprised, he immediately expressed his support. After everyone's discussion, the Tarantum Alliance army broke camp and headed east the next morning. Halfway to Brindisi, the Map and Prussian alliance blocked their way, and the two sides faced each other. The confrontation lasted for an hour, but the Tarantum army never blew the horn to attack. The Tarantum people, who cared about their face, used this tactful way to express their will. The shrewd Pachimerus quickly understood the Greeks' intentions. After witnessing the tight formation and high morale of the Dionia soldiers, Tremone's words became even more important in his heart. He didn't argue any further and sent out Timogarath again. The negotiation between the two sides began. At dusk, a peace agreement between Tarantum, Masapi, and Pachetti was reached. The two sides immediately ceased fighting. Tarantum would return Manduria to Masapi. The three sides would each return the captives and the corpses of the soldiers, and Tarantum, Masapi, and Pachetti would not invade each other for a period of 10 years. In addition, Tarantum also signed a trade agreement with Pachetti. Tarantum had to return Manduria because he had no other choice. The Senate of Tarantum had discussed in advance and finally agreed that after Masapi and Pachetti united, Manduria alone could no longer stop the invasion of the Masapi people, because they could join forces with the Pachetti people to invade from the wider east of Tarantum. The continuous defeats had caused the existing number of citizens of Tarantum to plummet. If citizens were sent to move to Manduria, not only would it weaken the strength of Tarantum, but it would also be easy to be besieged. Before the negotiation, The two consuls had made it clear to the Devers that in order to thank Dionia for its selfless help, they were willing to hand over Manduria to Dionia for free. The Devers were not short-sighted people. His mind was clear. This was Tarantum's intention to drag Dionia into the water, driving Dionia to fight against Masapi and Pachetti for a long time, so as to shelter Tarantum from the wind and rain. Of course, the Devers didn't want to be taken advantage of, and with the current strength of Dionia, it didn't have the ability to fight on both sides, so he politely refused. Only then did Amarcas and Decidimus use Manduria as a bargaining chip and use a trade agreement to move Tremoni. In the end, they forced Pachimerus to give in and sign a 10-year peace agreement. When the agreement was signed, Tremoni made a small request to see the Devers of Dionia, but he was politely refused by the Devers on the grounds that he hadn't recovered from his injury, and it was inconvenient for him to meet people. While Tarantum was negotiating, the senators of the Senate of Dionia, after reading the Devers' reply, finally passed a resolution to support the Shalu tribe. When they were discussing the candidate for the envoy to Kazinsa, Marigi immediately stood up and recommended Polixus, praising him for his eloquence and saying that he would definitely be able to convince the Brudi tribal alliance of Kazinsa to spare the Shalu tribe. Then, Merces and Felicius all praised Polixus, believing that he was the best candidate for the envoy. The former senators of the mercenary army frightened Polixus, and he immediately felt that this was the Devers' henchmen deliberately targeting him. If he really went to Kazinsa and the Marigi caused trouble, he might not be able to return. He was not a person who would easily take risks, so he hurriedly stood up and refused. Under the verbal attack of the Marigi, Polixus did not hesitate to belittle himself and almost begged for mercy. Only then did the Marigi give up teasing him. In the end, it was Antares, who had just joined the Senate and had no specific matters to attend to, who took the initiative to go. The Tarantum allied army returned to Tarantum with the bodies of the released Tarantum citizens and soldiers, including, of course, Urchita's body that had been pieced together. After being reminded by Governor Umacas, the Senate of Tarantum even forbade the citizens from leaving the city, allowing the Dionysian army to return to camp without a hitch. After attending Urchita's funeral, the Devers and some of the soldiers who stayed behind first took a boat back to Turii. After Antares accepted the mission, he set off for Kazinsa that afternoon with 3 followers. He did not take the road from Turii to the west, through the mountains to Laos, and then to Vigo City. Although it was safe, most of the road was mountainous, and it was too time-consuming. Instead, he chose to take the trail on the south bank of the Krati River, going up the river to Abyssinia, and then turning south to Kazinsa. After crossing the wooden bridge over the Krati River, Antares and his party walked west along the south bank of the Krati River. The terrain gradually increased, and the road gradually narrowed. After passing the last checkpoint in Turii, there was a dirt road in front of them that could allow 3 people to pass side by side. On the left was a steep mountain wall, on the right was a steep slope that was more than 10 meters high, and below the slope was the turbulent Krati River. Antares looked down and saw the dark green river roaring, constantly crashing against the black and yellow rocks, making soul-shaking noises. Whirlpools the size of millstones appeared and disappeared one after another, and no one knew how deep they were. Antares felt his legs become a little weak, and the 4 of them carefully supported each other as they moved forward. Some sections of the road were soaked by the rain, and the soil was soft and collapsed, so much so that only one person could pass through. The group walked for 4 hours, but it felt like they had walked for a day, and their stamina and energy were quickly depleted. Fortunately, the trail gradually began to descend, and the road became wider and wider. Suddenly, the view in front of them opened up. Endless green mountains, the Krati River, which had narrowed but flowed more rapidly, and in between the mountains and the mountains was a relatively flat land. And on this relatively flat land stood a small city, Abyssinia. Antares and his party were stopped by the Brudi sentries at the exit of the road, and after a long time after they expressed their intentions, they were escorted through the defensive camp that blocked the road, into Ciudad Abyssinia, and finally to the simple meeting hall of Abyssinia. It was called a hall, but in fact, it was just a slightly larger thatched wooden house, and there was firewood burning in the pit in the middle of the wooden house. In the city of Turii, the weather at the beginning of September was still relatively warm, and most of the people were still wearing thin, bare-chested summer clothes. But in the mountains of Abyssinia, which was not too far from Turii, it was already a little cold. Not only could the fire light up, but it could also drive away the cold. The three people sitting around the fire were all wearing leather jackets, and the one in the middle was the youngest. He stood up and walked in front of Antares, and there was a hint of curiosity in his fierce eyes. "Greek, what are you doing in the mountains? Don't you know that we, the Briti, do not welcome you?" After listening to the translation of his entourage, Antares said calmly, "I'm the messenger of Dionia, and I've been ordered by the Senate to go to Cosenza. There's something important to discuss with the leaders of the Briti." "Something important? What is it?" he asked with interest. Antares said seriously, "I'm sorry. I can only tell you when I see the leaders of the Briti." The young man's face immediately changed, and he shouted with a face full of anger, "If you don't tell me, don't even think about passing through Abyssinia. I now suspect that you're Greek spies. Men, take them down, give each of you 10 lashes, and then lock them in a sheep pen." The faces of Antares and his entourage changed. Chapter 298. Since when did we, the Briti, become so friendly to the Greeks? Are we afraid of them just because they're from Dionia? Canaru roared indignantly. Over the past year or so, although the Briti were relatively isolated, they were still aware of the happenings in the outside world. The sudden emergence of a powerful city-state alliance around the Briti had put pressure on the leaders of the various tribes. Only young men like Canaru were unconvinced. "We're wolves, and the Greeks are just sheep. No matter how many sheep there are, and how fat they are, they can't defeat the wolves." "All right, Karam, don't forget what your father told you before he left. You don't want him to get angry when he hears that you don't listen to our advice again. He'll deprive you of the authority you've just obtained and pass it on to your brother." Another older man also came forward to persuade him. Canaru seemed to have thought of something, and his expression changed slightly. He turned around angrily and glared fiercely at Antares before he left. Antares was listening to the translation of their conversation by his follower. The old man walked over and said in a gentle tone, "Messenger of Dionia, my name is Bagalipi, a leader of Abyssinia. His name is Brim, and he's also the leader of Abyssinia." Antares bowed with a smile and reported his name. "We'll immediately send someone to inform Cosenza of your arrival. You'll be staying in Ciudad Abyssinia to rest for the time being. Once we receive news of your entry, we'll send someone to escort you to Cosenza." The Briti slept very simply. They covered themselves with animal fur and slept directly on the wooden floor around the fire pit. Antares and his men were already physically and mentally exhausted after an afternoon of trekking in fear. They fell asleep immediately after dinner, and soon fell asleep. Snoring could be heard everywhere. In the darkness, there was only one person who still had his eyes open. Among Antares' 3 attendants, one was his most trusted slave, who took good care of his food and clothing throughout the journey. The other was Adepagus, a translator specially found by the Senate for Antares because he did not understand the Briti language. Adepagus was a registered free citizen of Dionia. His mother was a Greek. She was kidnapped by the Briti and became pregnant after she was humiliated and gave birth to him. He was a slave of the Briti people since he was a child. He experienced hardships and finally seized an opportunity to escape from the Briti mountains and finally came to Turii. He had a deep hatred for the Briti people, but he was very patient. The last attendant, who was still awake, was recommended to Antares by Marigi. He said that he was from the Ministry of Military Affairs. In consideration of the future war with the Briti people, he needed to know the internal situation of the Briti region. In fact, he was a probationary citizen of Dionia. His name was Antares, and he was the younger brother of Aristiras, the personal intelligence officer of the Devers. Since Isam's reconnaissance team had followed the Devers to Tarentum, Antares was indeed performing his reconnaissance duties in this regard. At this moment, He was trying to recall everything he saw during the day. The approximate time spent on the road from Turiai to Abyssinia, the difficulty of the road, the location of Ciudad Abyssinia, and how secure it was, the approximate number of the population and soldiers in the city, and the character of the leaders of Abyssinia through their conversations. Antares recalled over and over again until he could clearly engrave them in his mind. There were still some vague parts that he had to further confirm the next day. When this was done, Antares turned his eyes to Antares, who was sleeping on the opposite side. This was another one of his targets. He monitored and observed the performance of the Cremissa man, who had just joined the Senate, in the coming diplomatic mission to Cosenza. It was not the first time Antares had done such a thing. At first, he was a little resistant. He told his brother, Aristides, that the former tyrant of Syracuse, Chiron, had once created a spy system that spied on the private lives of the citizens of the city, so he had a bad reputation. He did not want the Devers they were attached to become like that. However, Aristides persuaded him that Chiron's bad reputation was mainly because he was too dictatorial, overly suspicious, and oppressive of the citizens, so the people were seething with discontent. And the Devers, as a broad-minded and cool-headed lifelong governor, knew how to maintain the freedom of the people, so they should not make such a mistake. Moreover, he was outstanding. The rapid rise of the Dionia alliance had proved everything. He was the best commander for the fight against Syracuse and the reconstruction of Cadonai. Therefore, consolidating his leadership position and preventing people with ulterior motives from stirring up trouble became one of Aristides' important duties. After Antares was convinced by his brother, he had followed and investigated the movements of many senators in the Senate. It should be said that most of the senators supported and agreed with the Devers' position as lifelong governors. Although a few, such as Polixus, were dissatisfied with the Devers, they did not take any concrete actions. As for Antares, he was the leader of the 3 Cremissa men who entered the Senate. After coming to Turiai, apart from attending Senate meetings, he rarely came out and had little contact with other senators, which made Aristides very curious. This diplomatic mission was a good opportunity to learn more about this Cremissa man, and, at the same time, it could also provide reference for the Devers' future use and appointment of senior officials. At least from his current performance. Although Antares was a noble of Cremissa, he was able to endure hardship and was courageous. Antares was looking forward to his next performance. In the afternoon of the next day, a messenger came from Cosenza, and Antares and his party were allowed to enter Cosenza. Bagalipi also sent 10 warriors to escort the Dionia emissaries to Cosenza. The group left the city and began to travel west along the mountain road, but they were stopped not long after. Canaru appeared in front of them on horseback and said triumphantly, "Greeks, I haven't even entertained you, and you want to leave just like that?" Antares and his party immediately felt nervous. At this time, the broody warrior in charge of the escort stepped forward to persuade Canaru, but was stopped by his men. "Don't worry, I won't let you go back without an explanation." After he made the promise, his face darkened, and his eyes were fierce. "Give them 5 lashes. Let them know that the Greeks won't be able to pass through my Ciudad Abyssinia without paying a price." After he finished, before Antares and his party could react, they were swarmed by the broody warriors and pressed to the ground. After 5 lashes, everyone's skin was lacerated. Adepigus was angered by the beating, and he cursed in broody. Canaru listened, but he laughed and shouted, "Give him 3 more lashes." Adepigus wanted to continue cursing, but Antares shouted in a low voice, "Adepigus, don't forget what we are here for." Adepigus was shocked and slowly lowered his head. Canaru saw that the Greeks did not respond, and he was quite bored. He did not dare to go too far in case he incurred his father's anger. So he shouted, "Cowardly Greeks, let's go." He shook the reins of his horse with both hands and rode eastward along the road. Antares and the other 3 supported each other and moved forward with difficulty. Although the terrain was getting higher and higher, the road was no longer rugged and difficult to walk on. The continuous mountain peaks gradually retreated to the 2 sides. In front of them was a gently undulating grassland. Dense layers of soft grass were dotted with colorful wildflowers, like a vast, boundless, colorful carpet extending into the distance. Herds of cows, sheep, and horses were either eating grass quietly on the slope or running and playing with their hooves raised. Grass huts were scattered among them, and some of them even had smoke rising from their chimneys. More and more people could be seen on the road. They were herding cows and sheep, carrying goods on their backs, and appeared at different places on the slope, heading in the same direction. In the evening, Antares saw a huge, towering shadow in front of him with the help of the moonlight. He knew that Kazensa had arrived. As it was already past the time to enter the city, Antares and his party could only set up tents outside the city for the night. The next morning, the broody warriors who were escorting them immediately reported to the city. Soon, Antares and his party were welcomed by the guards sent by the tribal alliance, and they were invited to enter the city of Kazensa. After breakfast, Antares was brought to the meeting hall of Kazensa. Compared to the grass hut in Abyssinia, this place was much more magnificent. There was one person sitting in the middle, and 3 people sat on both sides. The seat in the middle was obviously higher, and it seemed that there was a hierarchy. Antares was thinking about the news of the broody tribes forming the tribal alliance under the leadership of Kazensa, and he bowed respectfully. "Respected leaders, I am Antares, the messenger of Dionia, and I bring greetings from the Senate of Dionia." Before Adepagus could translate, the person in the middle said in Greek, "Messenger of Dionia, welcome to the center of the broody tribal alliance, Kazensa. I am the leader of the entire tribal alliance, Penland." As soon as he finished speaking, the person closest to his lower left stood up and asked in Greek, "The broody have never had any contact with Dionia. May I know why the messenger is here this time?" As soon as this was said, everyone in the meeting hall focused their attention on Antares. Antares did not expect the broody people to put the question on the table as soon as they met. He did not answer immediately, but turned around and asked, "May I know who you are?" Chapter 299. Antares nodded to greet him, then looked around at the people around him. They looked at him with vigilance and scrutiny, which made him lower his expectations for the success of this mission. Antares secretly encouraged himself, mobilized his emotions as soon as possible, and made his words more powerful. Everyone, the great leader of the broody, Dionia, as the leader of the Southern Greek City-State Alliance here, he was obviously exaggerating the prosperous status of Dionia, is responsible for maintaining the peace between the Southern Greek city-states of southern Italy. It was his duty to maintain the peace between the Greek city-states in southern Italy and protect the lives and property of the Greeks. That was what Dioria had been doing for the past 6 months. A few months ago, Dionia presided over the mediation of the war between Crotone and Rockley, and a few days ago, at the request of the alliance, they sent troops to aid Tarentum to resist the invasion of Messapi and Pacetti. When Antares said this, he saw that everyone's expression became solemn. Shalu, a tribe of Greeks. They have been living peacefully in this mountainous area and have always been friendly with the surrounding tribes. But now their survival is threatened. Your newly formed tribal alliance threatened this weak tribe, which has never hurt any broody people, to immediately leave their home that they have lived in for decades and go to Kazensa to accept your incorporation. They had no choice but to ask for help from Dionia. In order to protect the lives and property of the southern Greek people, the Senate of Dionia has reached a consensus and sent me here, hoping that the broody tribal alliance will stop threatening the Shalu tribe and restore peace and tranquility. When Antares finished speaking, the people present did not seem to be surprised. They looked at each other. When everyone was discussing the reason for the envoy of Dionia to the broody, someone was right. The people of Dionia came for the Shalu tribe, and the person he was referring to was the great leader of Canopisha, Pandaru. The settlement of the Shiloan tribe was not far from the north of Canopisha city. At this moment, he stood up angrily. "Arrogant Dionia people, the Shilu live in the land of the broody. Their food and clothing are produced from this land. They are the tribe of the broody. This is the internal affairs of the broody. It has nothing to do with you Greeks. If that's all you're here for, you can go back. Broody doesn't welcome you, and we don't like a force from outside the mountains interfering with Britty's affairs." And Terry sneered and said, "The Britty region is called that because a large number of Britty tribes live here. That's why people are used to calling it that. In fact, this mountainous area was neither under the jurisdiction of a country nor a city-state, so there was no unified territory or border. Everyone knows that the Shilu tribe is made up of Greeks. They have lived on this land for hundreds of years. They have the right to continue to live here independently." The great leader of Abyssinia, Nikaru, had a short temper like his son, Kanaru. He immediately scolded and shouted, "What right does the people of Dionia have to tell us what to do in the land of the Britty? Originally, we were planning to deal with the Shilu tribe in a few days, but now that you've said it, I've decided to send an army to destroy it in the afternoon. If Dionia can give Cremissa, Asprostum, and Nudum the right to live independently, then it won't be a problem for us to let the Shilu go. In that case, it won't be a problem for us to let Shilu go." And Banya's great leader Boja mocked, not to be outdone. And Teres stood quietly, as if he did not hear their scolding. At this time, Sidorum asked loudly, "What will happen if we refuse the request of the people of Dionia?" The scolding in the hall suddenly became much quieter. "I was only ordered to tell you the request of the Senate. If you don't accept it, the Senate of Dionia will need to discuss it before making the next decision." Antares did not change his expression, but his tone became more serious. "However, Dionia has always kept its promise. No matter what price it has to pay, it will not let its allies be bullied. The previous cases have proven everything. Just now, I've already mentioned that Archon Dionysia, Sir Devers, in order to fulfill my alliance with Tarantum, has led 15,000 soldiers to fight against Masapi, who have invaded our ally. Just as I was about to leave for Kazinsa, a battle report has arrived. Sir Devers has led his army to defeat the 30,000 allied forces of Masapi and Puchetti in the mountains. The Masapi and Puchetti allied forces have suffered countless casualties and were forced to sign a peace treaty with Tarantum. Soon, the Devers will lead the victorious army back to Turii and hold a triumphant ceremony. A threat. This was a blatant threat. Everyone looked at each other, and the great leader, Nikaru, even jumped and scolded and declared that he was not afraid of going to war with Dionia. Quiet, quiet. The high priest of Britty, Froderu, stood up to maintain order in the hall. "People of Dionia, we Britty warriors are not afraid of war." Penlin, who was sitting in the middle, said, "But Britty and Dionia are neighbors. Once there is a conflict, it will damage the relationship between the two races, leading to endless war. To avoid the possible sacrifice of countless lives because of the Shilu tribe, Britty is willing to make a concession. We will not punish the Shilu who violated the order, and we will let them leave Britty safely." "What are you talking about, Penlin? Britty will never yield to Dionia." Nikaru immediately expressed his dissatisfaction. "What about the land? The land that generations of Shilu people lived on was taken away by you just like that?" Antares reacted quickly and asked. Penlin glanced at Nikaru, and although Nikaru was still angry, he did not say anything. Froderu advised Antares seriously, "Not turning the Shilu people into slaves is already the greatest kindness of the Britty tribal alliance. People of Dionia, do not be too greedy." Antares shook his head and said firmly, "But the order from the Senate is that the Shilu people's right to live independently in Britty must be guaranteed." A glint flashed in Penlin's eyes, and his tone became indifferent. "If that's the case, we will make a decision after discussing. Also, we do not know the current situation of the Shilu tribe. We need to send someone to understand before we can make a decision." Sidorum quickly interrupted. After the guards sent Antares away, the discussion in the meeting hall became even more intense. "Dionia is bullying us too much, saying that they are protecting the Greeks of southern Italy. I think they just don't want us Britty to unite. That's why they are purposely causing trouble for us," Pandru said angrily. Froder nodded and encouraged everyone. "That's why we Britty have to unite even more, so that we won't be afraid of the Greeks and Lacanians. Why don't we get rid of these annoying Dionysians? Nikolu waved his hand and made a beheading gesture. That won't do, Sidorum quickly advised. Both the Greeks and the Lacanians have a rule to treat messengers well, even in times of war. We, the Briti Alliance, are becoming a powerful one, and we should abide by these principles that are universally agreed upon by all races in order to better deal with them. Moreover, killing the messengers of Dionia will only anger the people of Dionia, and war will be inevitable. Who cares about Dionia? My people and I are not afraid of them at all, Nikaru said without showing any signs of weakness. Of course we are not afraid of Dionia, but if war breaks out, our great plan to unite the Briti will be seriously affected, Penland said solemnly. I think we should imprison them for a few days and let them out after we take care of Shilu. By then, they will want to protect Shilu, but the Shilu tribe will no longer exist. They will have to accept this fact, Bagaru suggested. Sidorum was inspired and said, Everyone, I think this is a good idea. We can also make some slight changes to it. Everyone agreed with Sidorum's idea. Only Nikaru did not care and said impatiently, Why make it so complicated? It's as if we Briti are afraid of Dionia. Penland ignored him and cautiously reminded, I think Elder Sidorum's suggestion can be implemented. However, we need to be prepared. If the people of Dionia do not accept our idea, then we need to be prepared for a possible war. After a brief silence in the hall, Nikaru was the first to speak. I admit that Dionia is stronger than us, but if they dare to enter the Briti Mountains, I can guarantee that they will not be able to return. Because no one is more familiar with the mountains and highlands here than we are. Umla, the goddess of snow mountains and highlands that Briti believes in, has sheltered us, the Briti people, for hundreds of years, and will continue to shelter us, the Briti people. Nikaru's words lifted everyone's spirits. Ferrotaru said, Also, we need to find allies to fight against Dionia to reduce the pressure of facing Dionia alone. Allies? The Briti region was already surrounded by Dionia and its allies. Where could they find allies? While everyone was thinking hard, Sidorum suddenly shouted excitedly, The Lacanians! We could go find the Lacanians. After Dionia seized the Grimentum, they have already threatened the safety of the territories of Picos and Potentia. If they do not want to become the next Grimentum, they should be willing to ally with us. Penland's eyes lit up. The reason why he did not think of the Lacanians was that 2 years ago, the Lacanians were the most feared enemy of the Briti people. When Vigo City surrendered to the Lacanian Tribal Alliance and the situation in the Briti region was at its most critical, Penland even thought of leading the tribe to migrate south. For this reason, he also led the Kazensa army and joined forces with Clapetia to attack Trine, in a fierce battle with the Crotone Alliance. But in just 2 short years, the once tyrannical Lacanians had been reduced to such a state. This could not help but alarm Pienluan. Chapter 300. Back then, when the great leader of Vigo City, Sidorum, led his tribe to seek refuge with the Lucaria Tribe Alliance, it scared all the tribes in the Briti region. They all felt that a catastrophe was about to befall them. Although things had changed, many people still had prejudice against Sidorum and the people of Vigo. This had become a sore point for Sidorum. He was the first to let go of the past hatred between the tribes and come to Kazensa on his own initiative. He was the first to propose the establishment of the Briti Alliance. In the Briti region, Vigo City's power was second only to Kazensa. However, in this meeting hall, his words did not even carry as much weight as Nikaru. At this time, he ignored Nikaru's mockery and said to Penland solemnly, Leave the alliance with Picasis and Potentia to me. At the end of the discussion, no one proposed to let Shilu go and let it exist independently, because once that was done, it would give the other tribes who were unwilling to be merged an excuse to increase their confidence in resisting this new alliance. The road to unification of the Briti would not be as smooth. Adepigus walked back into the house with a dejected face. How is it? Still not letting us out? Anthroporus walked up to him and asked. Adepigus shook his head and said angrily, It's still the same words. They said something like some tribes in the city are rioting and haven't settled it yet. They're afraid that if we get hurt accidentally, it will cause tension with Dionia. So, they strengthened the protection for us. Wait a minute, I think they want to imprison us. Maybe they want to cover our eyes and ears and take care of the Shalu tribe as soon as possible. Anthroporus looked at Antares anxiously. Antares, on the other hand, was lying leisurely on his bed, letting his slave apply the medicine he got from the broody on his wounds. He was not anxious because he had read the letter from the Devers in the Senate. His understanding was that helping the Shalu tribe and protesting against the broody was just a good excuse for Dionia to intervene in broody affairs and destroy the alliance of the broody tribes. If the broody did not accept it and destroyed the Shalu tribe instead, Dionia would have a reason to send troops against the broody. This was probably the real intention of the Devers. After spending nearly half a year together, Antares did not look down on the consul because of his youth. On the contrary, he understood how terrifying Diver's seemingly sincere smile was. Therefore, regardless of whether this mission succeeded or failed, Dionia had achieved his goal. He said calmly, "Don't worry, we can wait." 3 days later, Antares came to the meeting hall of Kazinsa again. Penland told him a piece of bad news. There was a civil war in the Shalu tribe. Some of the tribesmen wanted to return to the Greek city-state, while others wanted to merge with Kazinsa. As a result, the two sides clashed, and the conflict led to killing. In the end, the tribesmen who supported merging with Kazinsa slaughtered the other tribesmen. He also let Antares meet a few leaders of the Shalu tribe. They kept asking to join Kazinsa and firmly refused any help from Dionia. During the whole process, Antares did not speak much, which gave the broody leaders who had been observing him the illusion that the Dionia seemed to have accepted the result. Penland said to Antares apologetically, "What has happened has happened. All we can do is to do our best to settle the Shalu tribesmen who are still alive. We are worried that Dionia will misunderstand the broody alliance and make some radical decisions. Therefore, we hope that when Lord Antares returns to Turii, he will convey our sincere apologies to your Senate and our sincere wish to have friendly relations with Dionia." Antares said calmly, "I will report what happened to the Senate truthfully, and will also convey your wish to be friendly without missing a word. As for what the Senate will decide, I cannot guess." Kazinsa did not stop Antares from leaving. On the contrary, he gave him many valuable gifts, and Kazinsa also sent him off quite grandly. During the farewell, Sidorum was the protagonist. Not only did he send hundreds of Vigo warriors as guards, but he also personally accompanied Antares out of Kazinsa. Because Antares considered the difficult roads when entering the broody mountains, and even worse, the unfriendliness of Ciudad Abyssinia, coupled with Antares' request, he decided not to go back the way he came. Instead, he went north from Kazinsa through Vigo City to Laos, and then returned to Turii through the Ra River Fortress. After half a day of trekking, they arrived at Vigo City. Sidorum had specially prepared a sumptuous banquet and invited Antares to the banquet. The next day, Antares and his men left the broody mountains and arrived at Laos. Archon Avanogus of Laos led all the nobles out of the city to welcome them. Only then did Antares completely relax. The Dever ship arrived at the port of Turii together with the other troop ships. He did not disembark with the soldiers because the port was crowded at this time. The people of Dionia had come to welcome the safe return of their loved ones. Too noisy and crowded a scene was not conducive to the safety of the Archon of Dionia. Therefore, the Devers listened to Marcius's suggestion and sailed west along the Kratai River to the port of Turii. Then, the Devers quietly returned to his mansion. The slave butler Ribazat was supervising 2 slaves to clean the reservoir in the middle of the courtyard. When he saw the Devers, he shouted in surprise, "Master, you're back. How was your family after I left?" The Devers asked with a smile. "Everything is fine. It's just that Madam misses you every day and prays for you at the Temple of Hades every day. We also went to the Temple of Hades to pray for you, Master. The blessing of the Hades. I've waited for you to come back safely so soon." Ribazat looked happy. The Devers happily handed him something. I bought this for you in Tarentum. It's a leather hat made by the people of Carthage. It can block the wind and sand, and it can also protect you from the cold in winter." Ribazat took the gift from the Devers and was very excited. He knelt down and thanked them profusely. The Devers quickly stopped him. "You're a free man now, and you're in charge of so many slaves for me. Don't kneel down so easily. It will damage your dignity as a supervisor, understand?" After that, the Devers could not wait to pass through the front door and enter the backyard. "Boss, master is so good to you. He even bought you something." A slave who had just arrived said enviously. Ribazat carefully folded the leather hat and put it in his arms. He did not feel proud of himself. Instead, he warned him, "You're new and don't know. Although master status is noble, he treats the slaves very well. As long as you keep working diligently, master will see it. In the future, not only will you be rewarded, but you can also get rid of your slave status and become a free man." "Really? I'm a good example," Ribazat said, patting his chest. "Master, you're back. Hey, Asuna, you're still as beautiful as before. You haven't changed at all. Madam is the beautiful one. What am I? Besides, I've only been away for a few days. People are not the weather. What changes can there be?" "Huh, Lord Devers. Oh, Andrea is here too. Are you discussing business matters together?" Kristoya carried the child and stood up with a smile. She walked to the Devers. "We were just discussing when Andrea will be separated. If she's a girl, she'll marry Little Crow." The Devers glanced at Andrea's protruding abdomen and smiled. "I agree. As long as she's not like Butler, Andrea's daughter will definitely be a beauty. Our Little Crow is really lucky. Isn't that right, baby?" The Devers took Little Crow and raised him up, shaking him in the air. The little fellow was not afraid at all. Instead, he flailed his arms and legs in the air, crying out. "Look, the child has agreed." The Devers smiled. "You sent Butler to Grimintum and made Andrea pregnant. She had no one to take care of her, and you still have the nerve to say that?" Kristoya punched him lightly on the shoulder and scolded. "You sent Butler to Grimintum. That's an appointment from the Senate." "I can't make the decision," the Devers said, rubbing his shoulder exaggeratedly. Andrea blushed. "I'm in Turii now. I have family to take care of me. Butler can come back for a day or two sometimes. I don't have to worry about anything. I'm fine." Originally, Butler was the city governor of the Grimintum, so Andrea could go with him. However, Andrea was pregnant at the time and had severe symptoms. Moreover, the Grimintum had just been occupied and was not stable. For safety's sake, Butler persuaded Andrea to stay in Turii. "We'll hold a small banquet at noon to celebrate your return. We also wish Andrea a smooth delivery under the blessing of the great god Hera. What do you think?" Kristoya suggested to the Devers softly. The Devers had no objections. The Devers woke up from his sleep and blocked the dazzling sunlight that shone through the half-closed window. It seemed that it was still early. He lifted the blanket and prepared to get up, but his wife's smooth back was exposed. After the banquet, they sent Andrea off. Asuna carried Little Crow away. The Devers carried Kristoya into the bedroom. Chapter 301. Now, Devers gently lifted the quilt and looked at Kristoya's naked body. Less than half a year after giving birth, she had regained her seductive figure. Snow-white skin, slender legs, plump breasts, firm buttocks. Devers couldn't help but stretch out his hand and slowly stroke her lovely toes. Then he felt the fire rising in his body again. "Okay, Devers, let me sleep a little longer. I'm so sleepy." Kristoya wriggled her body and said in a daze. Devers had to suppress his desire and covered his wife with the quilt. "So, your brother also went to Kazensa." Devers sat in the study and listened to Aristyra's report. During the time he was away from Turii, some things happened in Dionia and the surrounding areas. "He has been gone for 6 days, and there is no news yet," Aristyra answered truthfully. Devers heard something from his serious tone and asked, "Aren't you worried?" Aristyra did not say anything. "Don't worry, Broody doesn't have the guts to hurt our messengers. They may be on the way back, or they may be imprisoned by Broody." Devers comforted him seriously. "If there is no news in a few days, Dionia will threaten Broody with war and force them to release the messengers." "Thank you, sir." Aristides said with some worry and some gratitude. Devers patted his shoulders solemnly and said, "A warrior who dares to risk his life for Dionia will never mistreat him. When your brother comes back, he will become an official citizen much earlier than you. But don't worry, I will remember everything you have done." Aristides didn't say anything but bowed respectfully. Devers asked again, "Is there anything else?" Aristides adjusted his emotions and said in a deep voice, "Yes, it's about Polixis." "Polixis?" Devers blinked. "We found out that Polixia granted freedom to many slaves in his family, and then with his help, these freed slaves applied to the Ministry of Agriculture to rent a lot of land." Aristides paused and looked at the Devers. Divers listened without batting an eyelid. There was nothing unusual in what Aristides had just said. On the contrary, the Devers had to praise him, for he had responded to their call and set a good example by freeing many slaves. However, Devers knew that things were not that simple. These emancipated slaves used part of the income from the rented land to pay taxes and part for their own use. Most of the income was given to Polixis. Hearing this, the Devers' eyes suddenly widened. How much profit did they give to Polixis? I don't know the exact ratio, but I'm afraid it's not a small number, because he had about 35 emancipated slaves who applied for about 180 acres of land. Aristides looked at the records in his hand and said, "These slaves should know about the law on land rental issued by Dionia. Why didn't anyone report it?" Devers asked loudly. "It is understood that these slaves were born to Polixis and have lived in his home for at least 20 years. They should be very loyal to him. Secondly, Polixis, through his connections with the Ministry of Agriculture, let these slaves rent fertile land. In addition to the 20% rent tax and the money given to Polixis, registered free people pay 20% land tax when renting land, preparatory citizens pay 10% land tax, and official citizens only pay 1% land tax. The remaining income was far more than what they received as slaves. Moreover, these rented farmlands are close to each other, and the emancipated slaves live together in several large houses, monitoring each other. It is said that some of them live together with their families, but in fact, it is very likely that they are supervisors sent by Polixis." When Aristides finished, Devers' eyes narrowed into slits, and there was a cold glint in his eyes. He asked sternly, "Does Buckos know about this?" "Judging from the current situation, he should not know," Aristides replied seriously. "Are you sure?" "I'm sure." Devers stared at Aristides' face for a while and felt slightly relieved. He had a very good impression of Buckos, especially after Devers led the army to defeat the Crotone and take over Turin. Buckos took the initiative to cooperate and stabilize the political situation in Turin, and he also actively responded to the new policy promulgated by Devers. Although he and Polixis were famous nobles in Turin and owned a lot of land, Buckos voluntarily gave up the ownership of most of the land and released some of the slaves. "That's good," Devers said softly, but he knew in his heart that Buckos was probably going to be dragged down by his friendship this time. "Is there anyone else who is doing this?" Devers asked with a gloomy face. "We are still investigating, but there are so many cities, and we don't have enough manpower," Aristides said awkwardly. "How many people do you need? Make a plan. After I read it, if I think it's feasible, I'll increase the budget for you. You have to investigate this matter seriously. Investigate carefully. Focus on all the senators in the Senate and the citizens who hold public office in the alliance." Devers' tone was strict. He did not expect that the Dionia had been established for less than 2 years, and corruption was already rampant. He was very angry, but as a consul, Devers also had to consider other issues, so he reminded, "The investigation must be carried out quietly, and no one can be alerted. Report to me immediately if there's anything." "Understood, sir." "Devers! Devers!" Mercies shouted his name angrily and hurried into the living room. Devers knew that this fatty definitely had something to ask of him, so he put on a straight face and said, "Mercies, you have to call me Sir Consul here." "All right then, Sir Consul." Mercies walked in front of Devers, stretched out his hands, and said, please remove me from my position as the financial officer of the Alliance. I can't do this job anymore. Why? You can't be thinking of taking a break to travel somewhere else, right? Devers teased at first, but when he saw Mercy's serious face, he said in surprise, "Haven't you been doing well all this time? You asked Marigi to tell me to prepare 4 legions and 2 months' worth of food reserves, right?" Mercy's questioned. Devers understood now. He nodded and said, "That's right, I told Marigi. I can't do that." Mercy said in grief and indignation. For legions with at least 30,000 people, and they consume nearly 60,000 kilograms of grain every day. That's nearly 4 million kilograms in 2 months. With such a huge amount of grain, not counting the increase in price in the future, we have to pay at least. There's not that much money in the treasury now. Even if we include the income from the Alliance's land tax in September and October and the usual commercial tax, it's still not enough. This is because we still have to pay for the salaries of all the public officials, the construction of Castellan, Cremissa Avenue, and Cremissa, Asplustum Avenue, the reconstruction of the Cremissa Swamp, and Plazina's application to build small Hades temples in Amendola, Cremissa, Nudum, and other cities. Which one of these projects doesn't cost money? A lot of money. All right, Mercies. I know you've tried all sorts of ways to save Dionia's expenses, and it's been very hard for you. But if you don't do it, I won't be able to find a better financial officer than you in the Alliance. Can you bear to see the Alliance that we've worked so hard to build collapse because of the lack of effective management of the treasury? Devers quickly praised him. Now that the Alliance is getting bigger and bigger, the income and expenses are quite high. To manage them well, it's indeed not something an ordinary person can do. Mercies was immediately energized after receiving the Devers' praise. The negative emotions from before were also released, and he no longer vented his dissatisfaction. Instead, he thought for a while and said, "Sir Consul, I can at most prepare 3 legions and a month's worth of grain. If you don't accept it, then it's my turn." 1 month. Devers rubbed his chin. In the past, when he led the army into battle, the battles mostly took place near Dionia's territory. The scope and scale of the battles were not large, and they all ended quickly. The longest battle, the Second Crotone War, did not last more than 15 days, so he did not feel the pressure of logistics. This time, the war with Brudi was to conquer a region and become the enemy of an entire race. The difficulty would definitely increase greatly. Even if the war went smoothly, he predicted that it would definitely take longer than usual. 2 months was just a conservative estimate, but he did not expect that this would already make Dionia feel strained, and they could not provide full support. War was a competition of national strength. A sentence popped up in Devers' mind. He felt helpless. At the beginning of the year, Syracuse led an army of 80,000 to attack Carthage. The war had already lasted for half a year, and it was still not over. Dionia had risen too quickly, but their foundation was too weak, and they did not have enough accumulation. "Devers, I have a way to solve the problem of the grain supply." Mercies took a step forward and called Devers' name intimately, speaking in a slightly mysterious tone. "Oh, what is it?" Devers' heart skipped a beat. Chapter 302. Hearing this, the Devers fell into deep thought. It was customary for the citizens of the Greek city-states to bring their own rations for 3 days when they went out to fight, and not more than 5 days at most. They had never heard of paying so many rations. This was no different from directly donating. Citizens had the obligation to fight for the city-state, to sacrifice their blood and lives, but they had no obligation to donate their property for the city-state. Doing so would probably cause dissatisfaction among the citizens, and it would also dampen their passion for battle. It would also set a bad precedent. Seeing that the Devers were hesitating, Mercies continued to persuade them. Although the soldiers are required to bring more rations, they are not at a disadvantage at all. After defeating Brudi, they will be able to get more land. The Devers pondered for a while, then shook his head and said, "The distribution of land according to military merits is a plan that Dionia had formulated before. We can't use this bill to ask for extra benefits from the citizens." Devers. Mercies wanted to persuade them again. The Devers interrupted him and said thoughtfully, But, Mercies, you reminded me. We can borrow a certain amount of grain from the citizens in the name of the Senate. When the treasury is full, we will repay the citizens who borrowed the grain with interest. What do you think of this method? This is a good idea, Mercies said loudly, but the interest cannot be too high. The interest will be set by you. Seeing that the problem of rations was solved, the Devers were in a good mood. You are the best financial officer in southern Italy, but you better come up with a plan as soon as possible and bring it up at the Senate meeting. With your support, Devers, how can the bill not be passed? Mercies was in a good mood and took the opportunity to flatter him. He then said, "The day before yesterday, I went to Tino River and saw your under construction. The big hot spring bathhouse is almost finished. When are you going to officially open it to the public? Don't forget to inform me as soon as possible. I want to be the first citizen to enjoy the hot spring bathhouse." When Mercies was in Persia, while enjoying the massage from the female slaves trained by the Devers, he had also heard the Devers describe the combination of massage and hot spring baths. Not only was it more comfortable, but it was also more beneficial to the body. He had long yearned for it. Since the construction of the hot spring bathhouse, he had visited it more often than the real owner, the Devers. Devers, of course, knew this and readily agreed. After sending Mercies away, the Devers returned to the living room and looked at the map of the Brutty region drawn by the Shilu emissary, thinking hard how to fight against the Brutty. Where would be the best place to break through and shorten the war? After pondering for a long time, he got up and went for a walk along the corridor to relax his mind and clear his thoughts. "Father." In the middle of the courtyard, Adoris, who was playing catch with the slaves, waved to him. Devers responded with a smile and reminded him to be careful. Devers had adopted this pair of siblings. At first, they were strangers and reserved, but after living together for more than a year, they had finally integrated into the family. According to Christoya, Cynthia, in particular, became very sensible and often helped her take care of little Crow. After returning, Devers hadn't seen this smart and cute adopted daughter. She should still be studying in school, Divers thought as he strolled around the cloister. After walking around, he bumped into Hinepolis, who had just returned from outside. As the son of Lao's consul Avinogus, when Hinepolis first came to Turiai to study, the Devers placed him in their home from the beginning. This was not only to win over Avinogus, but also to train Hinepolis and cultivate his sense of identity with Dionia. This practice of the Devers gradually spread among the Senate senators. For example, when the children of the leading figures of Castellan, Nudum, and other allied city-states, or the leaders of small Lacanian tribes came to Turiai to play and study, most of them did not stay in hotels, but were invited to stay in the homes of the Senate senators. For example, the children of the chief general of Castellan, Amicals, lived in Cunigurata's home. "My lord, you're back," Hinepolis shouted as soon as he saw the Devers. "How did it go? Did you defeat those barbarians?" Devers smiled and said faintly, "Tarentum has signed a peace agreement with them." Then he changed the topic. "I heard that you're now studying with Lord Ansitanos." When Hinepolis first came, his mind was unstable. First, he went to the hospital and said that he wanted to learn medicine, but he stayed for a while because he could not stand the patient's cries and the bloody scenes. So he gave up. Later, he went to the Mathematics Research Institute, but he was confused by the complicated calculations. He also went to the arena for a while to practice football. It was not until the school was established that he applied to study with Ansitanos, who was already a well-known scholar in southern Italy. At least, he performed well in the past few months. "My lord, that old man Ansitanos is too much. He used me as a slave. Not only did he arrange a lot of work for me as a scribe, but I also often ran errands for him," Hinepolis complained. "In that case, I'll go and tell Ansitanos to change your teacher," said the Dever seriously, as if he was very considerate of him. Hinepolis quickly waved his hand. "No, don't go. If you say that, I don't know how he'll torture me later." He lowered his head and stammered. Actually, learning from him, I really learned a lot. It made me interested in history. Today, he asked me to come back and write an article about why Sybaris perished." "Oh." The Dever's interest was piqued. "Why do you think Sybaris perished?" Of course, it's because of the difference in commanding ability between Cyberus and Crotone. Crotone was able to defeat Cyberus because of Pythagoras, just like how our Dionysia was able to defeat Crotone because of you, my lord. Henneborus replied, without any hesitation, as he flattered Leolin. We. When the Devers heard this, his eyes flashed, and he chuckled. There's another more important reason. Long-term prosperity and luxury not only corroded the bodies of the Cyberus people, but also their minds, causing them to lose their courage and fighting spirit. Otherwise, even if Pythagoras won the battle with cunning tactics, Cyberus was a powerful nation. They could have reorganized their army and used their abundant resources and sufficient population to continue the war against Crotone. Crotone would not have taken advantage of their victory and easily occupied their city. Today's Crotone is the same. As the overlords of Greece for a long time, they have become arrogant and have lost their vigilance. At the same time, they have also gotten used to peace. When our army set foot on the Croton plains, they hurriedly asked for peace. If they had chosen to continue fighting against Ionia, our alliance would not have achieved today's status so quickly. There's a saying that goes, difficult circumstances make a city strive to survive, but a comfortable life makes a country more likely to perish. Hennepolis' eyes lit up. He repeated the last sentence over and over again, then said excitedly, My lord, that's great. I'm going to write it in my article and let the old man know how great I am. The Devers said mischievously, Don't tell him that I said it. Of course. A burst of laughter came from the courtyard. A few days later, Antares returned to Thurii. When the Senate learned of what the Briti had done, they were furious and threatened to punish the Briti severely. A day later, the Trine emissary, Cypros, brought a small number of Western Rue who had luckily escaped the Briti tribal alliance to Thurii. The Devers personally received them and officially promised that Dionia would seek justice for them against the Briti tribal alliance at the appropriate time. Then, these Western Rue who had their relatives slaughtered and lost their homes not only recounted their tragic experiences in the Senate, but also in the squares and gatherings to the people of Dionia, arousing the sympathy of many citizens. They said that these poor Greeks should be helped to avenge the Briti. For a time, the atmosphere of war was tense in Dionia, but the Senate did not issue a call for war because the autumn harvest had arrived. Corinth, a Greek city-state on the Peloponnesus Peninsula, a city-state with as long a history as Sparta. Due to its geographical location in the center of the Greek mainland, the Isthmus of Corinth not only made it an ideal place for Greek alliances to gather, such as during the Greek-Persian War a few decades ago, the armies of the Peloponnesus alliance often gathered here and set off. At the same time, its unique geographical location also brought convenience to trade. As early as more than 100 years ago, Corinth's prestige flourished in Greece. Not only was it rich, but its culture was also very developed. For this reason, the powerful and confident Corinth people created the Isthmus Games, which soon became one of the 4 major games in Greece. Chapter 303. In the Pinewood Arena, the audience was already crowded. The excited people were eagerly looking forward to the start of the preliminary competition. Contestants from various city-states were entering the arena one after another, and the audience cheered. However, the star of the competition was not announced because the referee was still arguing with some people at the entrance. The audience began to complain, and the Corinth official, who was in charge of maintaining order in the arena, hurried to the entrance and asked the referee, What happened? Why didn't the competition start immediately? Look, this guy says he's a contestant in this group and has already gotten a number, but he's not a Greek. The Corinth official looked in the direction of the referee's finger. This athlete had brown shoulder-length hair, deep eye sockets, a high-nose bridge, thick lips, a slender body, and strong muscles. Although his naked body was covered with olive oil, his fair skin could still be seen. His appearance was obviously not an Orthodox Greek. The official was shocked. Why did the priests of the temple approve his participation? I think the officials of a city-state signed him up. The priests didn't know he was a foreigner, the referee replied. The official said angrily, Which city-state is he from? Don't you know the registration rules of the Isthmian Games? Dionia. We're for Dionia. Adrianx squeezed over and explained loudly. Although Lazaru is from Lucania, he's a citizen of Dionia. According to the rules of the Isthmian Games, any citizen of a Greek city-state can participate in the competition. We meet the requirements. Dionia? The official thought the name sounded familiar, but he couldn't remember where. It was probably not a big or powerful city-state, so he lectured with a straight face. Only Greeks can participate in the games. This is a well-known fact, because no Greek city-state will give citizenship to a foreigner. Don't block the way here and delay the competition. Leave now, or I'll send someone to drive you out. Adrianx was speechless. He was born poor and had been a mercenary ever since he grew up. He had never participated in the Greek games, so he did not know the rules. This time, the Senate of Dionia had decided to send a team to participate in the Isthmian Games. They hoped that the team would be led by a senator of the Senate to show the importance of the Isthmian Games. The reason why Adrianx actively signed up was that he liked sports. Besides, as an illiterate senator who only knew how to fight, there was little he could do in the Senate. Therefore, after becoming the person in charge of the Dionia delegation, he went to Crotone many times to ask for advice from experienced athletes. He even specially led a team to go with the Crotone delegation to Corinth. However, from the looks of it now, the Crotone had obviously hidden their strength. Their goal was probably to see the Dionia people make a fool of themselves. While Adrianx was regretting, Lazaru shouted, "Our consul Devers once said, no matter what race, as long as you are a citizen of the consul, you should enjoy the same rights. Therefore, in Dionia, no matter if you're a Greek, a Lacanian, or a Thracian, you can all participate in rugby together." The official of Corinth was stunned by his strange Greek pronunciation. He then laughed angrily. He raised his head and shouted to the audience above the arena. "Audience is what this foreigner said, right?" The audience had been waiting impatiently for a long time. They rushed to the lowest level of the auditorium and shouted, "What a ridiculous fallacy! The person who can say such words can only be the leader of you barbarians. Get out of the arena, barbarian. Go back to the city-state that can give you citizenship and let you participate in the competition. I think it must be a dirty and scary place. Get out, barbarian. Don't tarnish the sacred place of us Greeks." Mockery and curses were directed at Lazaru and Adrianx like swords. Adrianx's face was livid. Lazaru was furious. He was a person who loved competition and would never admit defeat. Ever since he became a citizen of Dionia and heard about the 4 major games, he had been eager to compete with all the contestants in Greece. He believed that no one could run faster than him in this event. When the news of Dionia sending contestants to participate in the Isthmian Games reached his ears, it was already a little late. He had signed up in a hurry. It was not easy for him to get here, but he was not allowed to participate. He looked at the bustling arena, unwilling to give up. He suddenly roared and rushed out. "Hey, what are you doing?" The referee exclaimed. "Catch him! Catch him!" The Corinth official shouted anxiously. Lazaru spread his legs and waved his arms with all his might, howling like a wild wolf. His bare feet stepped on the soft, muddy ground, as light as the mountain wind whistling in the wilderness. He ran with all his strength, leaving the Corinthian officials and his men far behind him. The anxious shouts of the Corinth official also alerted the athletes who were still waiting at the starting line. They all started a chase after this foreigner who did not follow the rules. Not only was Lazaru not afraid, but he was even more excited. The audience in the arena was surprised to see that the foreigner was as agile as a leopard in the face of the pursuit of the contestants. He dodged them one by one. The race became a chase and capture. Most of the audience did not complain. Instead, they felt excited. Some of them even stood up and cheered for the lone hero on the field. As one of the best runners in the Dionia rugby competition, Lazaru used his skills and skillfully dodged while maintaining his speed. 1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps. The cheers from the audience became louder and louder until the Corinth official called for more people to block the space in the arena. Collins, who was panting, punched Lazaru in the face without hesitation. Lazaru struggled to break free, but there were too many people on top of him. He could only glare at the Corinth official. Stop! Stop! Adrianx rushed over and grabbed the Corinth official's fist again. Let go of our citizen, or I will protest to the Corinth council. Protest! The Corinth official looked at him and sneered. Arrest him too. Destroying the sacred Isthmian Games is a big crime. Lock him up first. Let that weird city-state alliance of yours compensate, and then come back to get him. A group of people escorted Lazuru and Adrianx out of the arena. At this time, Lazuru struggled and shouted, I, Lazuru, a citizen of Dionia, am the champion of the Isthmian Games. Order was restored in the arena, and the competition started again. However, the audience was still discussing the farce just now. That man ran really fast. Unfortunately, he's a barbarian. Otherwise, he might have won the championship. Which race is he from? He said he's a citizen of a Greek city-state. Which city-state gave citizenship to a barbarian? I think he said Dionia. Is Dionia a Greek city-state? Why haven't I heard of it? The audience of the Isthmian Games came from all over the world. Of course, there were Greeks from the Western Mediterranean, and there were quite a few of them. They naturally became the answer to these questions. Dionia is a city-state alliance that was formed last year. It's in the north-central part of Greece, and its central city is Thurii. That foreman just now should be a Lacanian. Dionia occupied a lot of Lacanian land and gave citizenship to the Lacanians living in their territory. In other words, this Dionia alliance didn't just give citizenship to one barbarian, but many. Yes, not only the Lacanians, but also the Thracians, Egyptians. As long as they're willing to become a citizen of Dionia and pass their assessment and meet the conditions, they can become an official citizen of Dionia after a few years. They can also get a piece of land. Oh, wise Athena, am I dizzy? Did I hear wrongly? Not only can barbarians become citizens, but they can also get a piece of land. Is Dionia really a Greek city-state alliance? I have an EC. You Peloponnesus people are indifferent to what's happening in the Western Mediterranean. As long as you take a boat to the Taranto Bay, the word that rings in your ears the most is Dionia. Not only are there thousands of free people flocking to Dionia to become citizens of that alliance, but the councils of all the Greek city-states are also paying attention to the movements of Dionia. I can understand that the free people want to become citizens and get a piece of land. But why are the higher-ups of all the Greek city-states? Because Dionia is already the most powerful city-state alliance in southern Italy. What? Are you kidding me? I remember that the strongest city-states in Greece are Crotone and Tarentum. Chapter 304. Oh, wait a minute. I remember you just said that Dionia was only founded a year ago, and in less than 2 years, it has become the overlord of Greece. This is simply as... You want to say miracle, right? I heard that the consul of Dionia is the favored one of Hades. He is very young, but he has never lost a battle. The Lacanians, the Crotone, the Locrians, they were all defeated by him one after another. Maybe there really is a miracle. According to what you said, Dionia is so powerful in Greece. It's better for Corinth not to become enemies with it because of such a small matter in the arena. That's your Corinth's business, Iowones. All right, Hipparchus, tell me about your Lygium. You are in the land of Greece. Why didn't you form an alliance with the powerful Dionia? We Lygium have no intention of fighting for the hegemony of Greece. We just want to live our own lives. That's what everyone thinks. But Hipparchus, God is temperamental. Maybe one day Lygium will be involved in the conflict of the Greek city-states. Instead of being passive, it's better to take the initiative to find a strong ally. Since this farce, everyone was talking about the foreign race and the strange city-state alliance of Dionia. The name of Dionia began to be known by more Greeks in Greece. This was a story to be told later. At this time, many people in the arena were inquiring about the origin of Dionia. There were 2 young people in the audience. They were from Thebes. After listening to the conversation between Hipparchus and Iowones, one of the young people said excitedly, Dionia, this is really a strange city-state alliance. What do you think, Epaminonda? The other young man sighed. To be able to dominate Greece in such a short time, It's not just the ability of the console. The political system of the Dionia Alliance must have its unique features. You think the same as me? I've decided, the young man said loudly. When I finish my studies next year, I will go to Dionia to have a look. Come with me. Epaminondas shook his head. I'm sorry, Pelopidas. You know that my teacher, Lysis, has been promoting the teachings of the Pythagorean school of thought in Corinth for the past few years. I don't have to go to Tarentum anymore. I can learn from him nearby and help him deal with some affairs at the same time, so I can't go so far to avoid wasting time. The young man, named Pelopidas, pressed Epaminondas' arm. Didn't that man just say that the central city of Dionia is in Thurii? It's just across the Taranto Bay. It's less than 2 or 3 days by boat from Corinth Bay. It's not far at all. Besides, you're my best friend. How could you bear to let me go out alone? With Adrianx and Lazuru imprisoned in Corinth, the rest of the Dionia delegation was not in the mood to participate in the competition. They hurriedly sent someone back to Thurii to report the news. The Senate held a meeting to discuss the matter. A few senators, led by Polixus, believed that Lazuru's reckless behavior had tarnished the image of Dionia, and that Adrianx, as the person in charge of the delegation, did not manage the team well, causing Dionia to become the laughingstock of Greece. They should all be punished by the League. Devers firmly opposed it. He believed that Adrianx and Lazaru's behavior was not wrong. It was the conservative Corinth people who were wrong. Their narrow ethnic concept excluded the people of Dionia, which was made up of many ethnic groups. Since the self-proclaimed Orthodox natives of Greece rejected the participation of the citizens of Dionia, who were made up of Lacanians, Thracians, and other ethnic groups, then there was no need for the people of Dionia to participate in the 4 major competitions. Dionia had the ability and strength to organize its own sports meeting. The Devers' speech was supported by most of the senators, especially Vespa, Hemont, Butler, Marigi, Epitines, and the others. However, the Senate had no other way to force Corinth to release Lazuru and Adrianx. After all, Corinth was an old powerhouse of Greece. It would not care about the newly risen League of Dionia, and Dionia's current strength could not affect Corinth. Therefore, the only way was to send a messenger to apologize to Corinth and donate a certain amount of gold and silver to the Temple of Corinth. Only then would the delegation be able to return safely. Other than Merces, who opposed the outsiders, everyone else agreed. For the Devers, the most important thing for Dionia now was to focus on dealing with Brudi. They could not afford to complicate matters. Therefore, even though he was unwilling to accept the Senate's decision, he could only endure it for the time being. During the autumn harvest, the citizens were busy harvesting. The Devers did not stay idle. He quietly went to the city of Asplustum to test the valley leading to Ambania a few times. He also went to the north bank of the upper reaches of the Crati River to carefully observe the situation of the river and the location and environment of Abyssinia on the other side of the river. He also went to Laos to investigate the mountain road leading to the city of Vigo. Young Heracrid, Mentodicus, Els, Merces, and the others accompanied him. Everywhere they went, they had to calculate the flow speed and depth of the river. They had to consider the possibility of building roads and bridges, as well as the transportation of food and other issues. After returning, the Devers repeatedly discussed the attack plan with Felicius, Carpus, Dracos, and other senior military officials. At the end of September, before the autumn harvest was completely over, news came from Trine. Some Brudi people broke into Trine territory and were captured. In fact, the real situation was, after Antalis went to Kazinsa, the Brudi tribal alliance accelerated the attack and annexation of the tribes who refused to be incorporated, forcing some of the Brudi people who were unwilling to join the alliance to escape from the mountains. The Devers, however, took the opportunity to let Aristiras send his spies to spread rumors in the cities of Thurii, Amendalara, Cremissa, and other cities. The Brudi people were unifying the tribes, and after establishing a strong tribal alliance, they would launch an attack on Dionia. Now, it was just a tentative attack by the Brudi people. At the same time, they also reminded the people Don't forget the blood debts committed by the Brutty people in the past when they repeatedly plundered the city-states of Greece. The cities of Dionia were soon shrouded in a tense atmosphere, and the citizens were even more furious. They strongly demanded, start a war against the Brutty people, collect the blood debts, and eliminate the hidden dangers. At the beginning of October, the autumn harvest was over, and Dionia was full of requests for war. The time was ripe to use force against the Brutty people. After several rounds of discussion, the Senate announced to the citizens, the Brutty people ignored Dionia's peace proposals and warnings and wantonly destroyed the Shillue tribe, an ally of Dionia. Based on the alliance and morality, Dionia declared war on the Brutty people. Thus, the Brutty War officially began. In the square of the city of Asplustum, the soldiers of the Legio IV from Cremissa and Asplustum were gathering. In the Victory Square of Turiae, the soldiers of the 1st and 2nd Legions from Turiae and Amendalara were gathering. In the square of Nudum, some of the soldiers of the Legio III were gathering. Due to the extremely important location of the Grimentum, in order to stabilize the situation in Lucania municipality, the citizens of the 3rd Legion in the city could not be moved easily. Just as the pre-war preparations were progressing in an orderly manner, the Devers once again received the leader of the Shillue tribe, Hephaestus, in his mansion. Dionia has declared war against the Brutty people. I believe it won't be long before you hear the news of victory. The Brutty people ignored our warnings and wantonly slaughtered our Greek compatriots. They will be punished. The Devers promised solemnly. Hephaestus' eyes were filled with tears as he said gratefully, Sir Devers, thank you. Thank you so much for selflessly helping our small and weak tribe. You are truly the blessed one of Hades. You are the guardian of justice and fairness in Greece. All of us surviving West Lu people will pray to Hades at all times, wishing you good health and safety. We also wish the citizens of Dionia an early return of victory. At the same time, I have a small request that I hope Sir can agree to. Oh, what is it? My tribesmen and I hope to join your army and fight alongside you to seek revenge against the Brutty people, Hephaestus said excitedly. I can understand your feelings, but the Dionysian army has gone through tough training and strict discipline. Those who violate the military rules will even be beheaded. I'm afraid that your joining will not only not increase our strength, but it will also affect our battle. If you violate the military rules, do you think I should punish you or not? Therefore, I can't agree to your request. The Devers rejected him tactfully but firmly. Hephaestus was disappointed. He said unwillingly, Then we can be guides. Guides only require 2 or 3 people. The Devers saw his disappointment and felt that the time was ripe. He said, However, there is something you can do. If you do it well, you can give the Brutty tribe a huge blow. What is it? Hephaestus asked anxiously. Chapter 305. As long as we can defeat Cosenza, we are willing to do anything. Hephaestus said resolutely, his face glowing. The news of Dionia's declaration of war against the Brutty quickly spread throughout Greece. Castellan immediately sent someone to the Senate of Dionia to express their willingness to send 1,000 light and heavy infantry and 50 cavalry to participate in the war. Laus also sent someone to express his willingness to send 3,000 light and heavy infantry to participate in the war. Even Heraclea, who had just joined the Dionia alliance, was not to be outdone. They were willing to send 500 infantry and 100 cavalry to participate in the war. The Devers gladly accepted. Although the number and combat power of these troops were far from comparable to the 4 legions of Dionia, the participation of the alliance showed the unity of the Dionia alliance. Only by fighting side by side could they deepen the friendship with the alliance city-states and gradually influence and assimilate their military system. Although the Senate of Tarentum knew in advance that there was a conflict between Dionia and the Brutty due to Tormod's leak, when the news of the outbreak of war came, everyone had mixed feelings. If Dionia won, the gap between Tarentum and Dionia would only widen. But if Dionia suffered heavy losses, the Messapi and Pacetti, who had just signed the peace treaty, might have new ideas. The manpower and material resources of Tarentum were now invested in the rehabilitation of the war-scarred territory of Tarentum. They were really unable to help Dionia. But not long ago, Dionia had just fulfilled the covenant and saved Tarentum from danger. Tarentum could not help but express their gratitude. Therefore, the Senate of Tarentum sent an envoy, Polydorus, to Thurii and politely asked the Devers, "What do you need help from Tarentum?" The Devers, of course, saw Polydorus' embarrassment. He immediately thanked the Senate of Tarentum for its concern and said politely, "Dionia does not need help from Tarentum for the time being." However, the Devers' politeness showed their confidence. Polydorus heaved a sigh of relief and felt a little guilty at the same time. The people of Crotone had mixed feelings as well. Most of them even hoped that Dionia would suffer a crushing defeat in this war. However, Silaton, Trine, and Corunna had all sent out envoys. Of course, the people of Crotone had to do something as well. After all, they were all part of the Southern Alliance. The Senate of Dionia politely declined their request to participate in the war on the grounds that these city-states had just experienced war and needed to guard against Rockley. At the same time, he made a request. He hoped that they could provide some rations and allow the Dionia army to pass through their territory and attack Brudi from the Trine side. Crotone and the other envoys immediately expressed their agreement. The Silaton envoys even boasted that the city-states were willing to provide free rations to the Dionysian army from the Trine side until the end of the war. The Trine envoys, who did not speak much when they met, actually knew very well that the Senate of Dionia had a secret agreement with Cypros to attack Canopetia together. This time, they were just to cover up with the other envoys. "Father, it seems that the Zigs were right. Dionia has really declared war on Brudi." "We," Nanit said excitedly. Sensing sneered and interrupted his son's words. "We what?" "Declare war on Dionia too. We have a grudge against the people of Dionia. But don't forget that old bastard Sidorum had slaughtered our people. If it wasn't for Elia, the Zig's envoy would never have been able to leave Picassus." Sensing said hatefully. Since the loss of the Gramentum, the power of Dionia had entered the central area of Lucania. The independent small tribes of Lucania were like flies that had seen shit, and one by one, they sought refuge with the people of Dionia. Although the people of Dionia had not taken any further action in the Gramentum, it had already put pressure on the people of Picassus. Although the envoy of Picassus had gone to Thurii and brought back the promise of peace from the consul of Dionia, the cunning Sensing would not easily believe that thin piece of paper, especially when the people of Elia announced that they had joined the Dionia alliance. It caused a huge sensation in Picassus. This meant that not only did the people of Picassus not dare to treat Elia as a fat piece of meat and plunder its territory every year, but since then, the city of Picassus had been surrounded by Dionia and its allies. It was believed that Potentia also felt the danger. Therefore, when the envoy of Brudi arrived, under his mediation, the two tribes of Lucania that had just formed a feud decided to join forces to fight against Dionia for the sake of survival. "We can't be anxious now. We have to wait patiently," Sensing said to his son. "Wait until when?" "Wait until both the people of Dionia and the people of Brudi are exhausted from the battle. Wait until Potentia makes the first move." Sensing's narrow eyes flashed with a cold light. In the conference hall that was filled with students, the leaders of the Brudi tribal alliance were urgently discussing the news sent back by the spies. Yesterday, the Devers have led the 1st and 2nd legions out of the city of Thurii and headed west. It seems that they are preparing to pass through the mountains and reach Laos. In Aspustum, Legio 4 has also begun to head south. "Everyone, the attack of the people of Dionia is coming," Penlin said solemnly. "Just in time. We have made careful preparations to let these arrogant people of Dionia have a taste of the power of us Brudi." Nikaru waved his fist excitedly. "It seems that the focus of Dionia's attack is on Vigo, because their consul Devers will personally lead the 1st and 2nd legions, together with Nudum's Legio 3 and Laus's troops. The number of soldiers they will lead may be as high as 20,000. Although Vigo City has strengthened its defense and built several defensive camps on the mountain road. However, the number of soldiers is at most 4,000. I'm afraid it will be difficult to resist the attack of so many soldiers of Dionia. Sidorum looked at the others and said with a gloomy expression, Sidorum, you coward! The war has not even started, and you are already afraid. Nicora mocked. The people of Dionia are attacking Vigo with all their strength. It is normal for Vigo City to be unable to resist the attack alone. Just like Dionia's Legio, going south, they will definitely attack from Trine City to the north. In addition to the troops of Trine, their number of soldiers is probably more than 10,000, while the number of soldiers in Apisha City is less than 2,000. We must have your reinforcements in order to defend Apisha. Pandru defended Sidorum and himself. Sidorum nodded at him gratefully. Now, the Brudi tribe is a unified alliance of tribes. However, as soon as it was unified, we encountered a strong enemy. This is a test from Goddess Amara and God Brutus. Under the protection of the gods, we must unite and defeat the enemy in order to forge the glory of the Brudi people in the future. High Priest Ferotaru said solemnly. The Brudi people claim to be the descendants of Brutus, who is the son of Hercules and the Brudi queen Valentia. In the legends, the ancient hero of the Brudi, demigod, and the protector of the Brudi tribe. High Priest is right. Penland looked around and said, Petaru and I will lead 10,000 Kazinta soldiers to reinforce Vigo. 10,000 soldiers were almost all the soldiers of Kazinsa, so Sidorum hurriedly bowed and said gratefully, Thank you for your help, great leader. This is what I should do. We are all comrades in the same alliance now. If Vigo City cannot be defended, can Kazinsa be protected? If Kazinsa is occupied, what can Abyssinia and Ambalia do? Penland said this as if he was comforting Sidorum, but in fact, he was reminding Bergam and Nikaru. Ambalia only has a narrow valley in the southeast that leads to Espusdum. The Dionia people will not dare to attack from there, because if we are discovered, our soldiers do not need to fight. They just need to stand on the top of the valley and throw stones down, and it will be enough to cause heavy casualties. Therefore, I am willing to lead 3,000 soldiers to reinforce Kinapisha. Bergam said immediately. Nikaru did not want to be left behind and said loudly, The situation of Abyssinia is similar to Ambalia. There are mountains as a barrier, and there is a river as a barrier. The Dionia people cannot enter my territory at all. I am willing to lead 2,000 soldiers to help Pandru defeat the Dionia people. Pandru also expressed his gratitude to the two great leaders. Brutus above, this is what we should do. This is what we should do. As long as we, the Brudi people, work together, the Greeks will not be able to defeat us no matter how many of them there are. Ferotaru chanted the name of the god in a low voice and praised repeatedly. Although Ambalia and Abyssinia have the geographical advantage, we must always be vigilant to prevent the Dionia people from ambushing us. You must know that the consul of Dionia is a very cunning person. Crotone was defeated by him twice using tricks. Nudum and Grimentum were also lost because of his army's ambush. Penland warned the two great leaders solemnly, hoping that they would pay more attention and strengthen their vigilance. Don't worry, we have sentries on every peak in the valley. As soon as the Dionia people move, we will know, Bergam said seriously. Chapter 306. Penland nodded. He could only remind them that although he was elected as the leader of the new alliance, he had no right to interfere with the management of these tribes. He turned to Sidorum and asked, Picassus and Potentia have agreed to form an alliance with us. Do you think they will attack Dionia? It's hard to say, Sidorum muttered, because now it's the Dionia who are attacking us, not them. Judging from Sensing's cunning character, he will never attack first unless we defeat Dionia. Penland's eyes were slightly disappointed, but he quickly returned to normal. He loudly encouraged everyone, as long as we resist the attack of Dionia and hold on for half a month or a month so that Dionia can't enter the Brudi Mountains, their fighting spirit will be frustrated, their food transportation will be difficult, and the Lacanians who have been bullied by Dionia will take the opportunity to fight back. Dionia will inevitably be in trouble. Then it's time for us to fight back, defeat Dionia's blockade, and take the fertile plains of the Greeks for our descendants. Penland's words of encouragement made everyone's blood boil. Nicaru even shouted, "Defeat Dionia!" Building a road in the winding and rugged mountains was a huge and complicated project. It not only consumed a lot of manpower and resources, but also tested the level of engineering technology of a country. Turii, Laos Avenue had been under construction since last year. Laos, Turii, and Nudum had all invested a lot of manpower, but it was still not completed yet. Therefore, it took the Devers 5 days to lead an army of 20,000 and a huge convoy of supplies in the mountains before they arrived at Dara River Fortress. Legio 4, led by Helos, had already arrived outside Treen. The Treen generals and members of the council came out of the city to welcome him. Cypros introduced Helos to them one by one. The atmosphere was very friendly. Helos declined the invitation of the Treen people to attend a banquet and insisted on staying with the soldiers, which won him praise from the politicians. He led the army to the coast 10 miles northwest of Treen and set up camp, which was the exit of the coastal pass, only a few miles away from Canopetia. After arranging the camp, Helos immediately brought his guards and Cypros to the outskirts of Canopetia. On the left was a cliff, and on the right was a mountain ridge. The seaside road leading to the Cosenza Highlands was not wide, and Canopetia was even narrower. The length of the city seemed to be no more than 200 meters, but it completely blocked the way in and out. The city was not big, but it was made of bluestone. The city walls were no more than 4 meters high, but the terrain of the city was high. From where Helos was, the road went diagonally upwards, narrowing as it went. The soldiers had to spend a lot of energy just to march to the city, not to mention avoiding the enemy's arrows and javelins. Fortunately, the geographical environment of Asprostum was somewhat similar, and the soldiers had experience in this aspect during their daily training. Helos observed the situation on the road, wondering if the 2 types of siege weapons that had just been installed in Legio 3 could push to the city. Cypros saw that Helos was staring at Canopetia for a long time and thought that he was frightened by the difficulty of attacking the city. So he reminded him, there are a few trails in the mountains nearby that can bypass Canopetia and go north to Cosenza. Is that so? Helos turned his head abruptly. Yes, or else how could the West Lu people and the tribesmen who rebelled against Cosenza escape from Brity? Then do the people inside know? Helos pointed at Canopetia in front of them. Cypros understood what he meant, and he said with certainty, "Of course they know." Helos had no more luck, but he still decided to send someone to investigate after he returned. "I heard that Canopetia has a port," Helos asked again. "There is indeed a port, but it's not big," Cypros said as he dismounted and walked to the edge of the cliff. Cypros did not try to be brave and followed suit. He did not think that he was good at riding a horse. If the horse under his crotch was startled at the edge of the cliff, Legio might lose a legion commander before the battle even started. "There!" Cypros pointed ahead, his voice sounding a little ethereal in the strong sea breeze. Helos fixed his eyes on the cliff that protruded from the land. With a height difference of nearly 100 meters from the sea, he could see the coast a few miles north of Canopetia. There, he saw a flat land with a small beach and a simple dock. There were only a few dozen ships anchored there, Cypros said. According to the intelligence of the West Lu people and our ships that often pass by Canopetia, the port of Canopetia is built at the mouth of the Savuto River. Savuto River? Savuto River is a large river in the territory of Canopetia. Don't think that the city in front of us is surrounded by mountains and the sea. It seems very barren, but in fact, not far to the north, there is a small plain around the Savuto River. If you follow the Savuto River Valley to the north, you can smoothly reach Cosenza. At this point, Cypros showed a hint of a disdainful smile. It is said that the Brute built Canopetia here because they were worried that we would destroy and loot their farmlands and pastures on the Savuto Plain. But us trained people can't even finish farming the fertile land on the Euphemia plain. So why would we covet this small plain? But their city is 10 miles away from the Savuto River, and it is very inconvenient for us to work. So they had to build a small town on the Savuto River. How's the defense of this town? Helos suddenly interrupted Cypros. I heard that this town has no walls. Helos heaved a sigh of relief. He did not want to spend so much effort to conquer Canopetia and then have to spend so much effort to take over this town, to completely occupy the territory of the Brudi. In the past, Canopetia did not have a lot of production, and its shipbuilding technology was poor. It also did not have much contact with other Italian city-states, so it only had a port, but almost no maritime trade. But, Cypros said worriedly, now that the Brudi tribal alliance has been established, this is the only port of the Brudi. I believe it will develop quickly. Helos nodded, but the two of them did not know that the Brudi had already passed through this simple port, broke through the blockade of Dionia, and formed an alliance with Picassus and Potentia. Commander, look! At this moment, the guard shouted. The gates of Canopetia opened, and a group of people rushed out. Let's go, Helos ordered, and the whole team returned to the camp unhurriedly. See that? The people of Dionia are all cowards. Nikaru held a spear and laughed wildly. The Devers arrived at Dara River Fortress. Sesta and Hieronymus were already waiting there after receiving the news. Commander, the people of Nudum have been mobilized, and they're listening to the arrangements of the city hall. They will transport supplies, build camps, and transport the wounded for our troops. Sesta took the initiative to report. The Lacanian tribe has no objections. On the contrary, they are very happy to see the Brudi be conquered. The stronger Dionia is, the safer they will be. And in the future, the non-Greek race will not only belong to Dionia. They are also willing to provide a base for the legion. But in that case, our soldiers will have to be careful of Lacanian women breaking into their tents at night. You know, the Greek citizens of Dionia are very popular now. Sesta joked. The Devers found it interesting and laughed. He looked at Sesta and said with some emotion, Commander Sesta, I think when you were a mercenary, you should have never held a public office in a city or even had the experience of managing a city. Sesta shook his head. Back then, we worked hard just to have bread to eat. Who would have thought that today would come? This is all because of the unimaginable changes that you have brought to us. You have to be able to seize the opportunity when it is provided. As a mercenary with no experience in managing a city, you resolutely chose to leave the army you were familiar with and come to this foreign land. Facing the Lacanians who were still hostile at that time, you were not afraid of difficulties, worked hard, and solved the problem boldly. Today, I can say that Nudum is completely Dionia's territory. Sesta, you have done an excellent job. I'm not the only one who thinks so. The others in the Senate think so, too. You are now the Senate elder with the most experience in administration among our mercenary army. When your term ends next year, I think the Senate will definitely have more important tasks for you. The Devers did not hesitate to express his appreciation for Sesta with words. After hearing this, Sesta was proud and excited. He still maintained some sobriety. Commander, you are the one with the most experience in administration among our mercenary army. Me? The Devers looked around and said, that doesn't count. Didn't you all say that I am God's favored? That is all the credit of Hades. Everyone burst into laughter. Commander, Hieronymus could not help but say, what is the mission of our Legio III in this war? The last time they reinforced Tarentum, there was no part of the Legio III, and this time there was no specific instruction for the Legio III. Hieronymus could not help but feel anxious. Chapter 307. Although Devers was in a good mood, he did not joke with this serious man. Instead, he said seriously, your Legio III is stationed in Nudum and Grimentum. It is an important force in stabilizing Lucania municipality. If Dionia and Brudi were to fight, will Picassus and Potentia take the opportunity to start a war and recapture Grimentum? What Devers said made Sesta and Hieronymus think. After a while, Hieronymus said dejectedly, Sir, You mean to let Legio 3 stay where they are to prevent Picassus and Potentia from invading? It's not just to defend. Devers smiled lightly and said in a deep voice, if they dare to tear up the peace agreement, then Dionia will dare to conquer Brutty and take down Picassus and Potentia at the same time, starting a war on both sides. Cesta and Hieronymus looked at each other. While marveling at the young consul's extraordinary courage, they could not help but feel worried. Don't forget, Elia, Devers reminded. What can Elia's strength do? Cesta did not think much of it. However, Hieronymus, who had been in battle for a long time, suddenly thought of something when he saw Devers' smile. He became spirited and said, Sir, I will discuss with Butler how to lure them. When I see Avanogus, I will also ask him to use their port. I believe he will agree, Devers said with a smile. Sir Avanogus, I haven't seen you for 2 months. You seem to have put on a lot of weight, Devers said half-jokingly to Consul Laus, who came to greet him. Avanogus laughed and patted his obviously protruding belly. Dionia is too powerful. With your protection, everything in Laos is developing well, and I don't need to worry about anything. The only thing that worries me is what new food your wife's restaurant has made, and whether I could be the first to taste it. Devers looked at his trembling fat face and couldn't help but remind him, I suggest you don't eat too much at every meal and try to lose some weight. This will be good for your body. Avanogus remembered something. He patted his head with his right hand and said, Oh, I almost forgot that you're also a magical doctor. Since you say so, I will try to control my weight gain. Thank you for your trust in me. Devers understood what he meant. He was trying to control his weight, not lose it. Obviously, he didn't care much about his body. He remembered when he first met Avanogus. Avanogus' strong body was now bigger, but it was all fat. Looking at Arabuma beside him, he was thinner than a year ago. It was said that Avanogus had handed over most of the administrative affairs of the city to his younger brother. Once people lose their sense of hardship, lose their goals, and learn to be greedy for pleasure, it is difficult to pull themselves together again. Devers sighed in his heart. Sir Devers, this second Legion of Dionia seems to be right. Arabuma looked at the army marching in front of them with the flag held high and said loudly in confusion, Brother, I heard that the Dionysian army has recently been replacing new weapons and equipment. Of course, it is different from before. Avanogus interrupted Arabuma and ordered his brother. The war with Brutty is about to begin. You immediately go and block the port and all the passages outside the city. No one is allowed to enter or leave. Devers nodded. Avanogus was still the leader of the descendants of Cyberus who dared to unite with Dionia and overthrow the rule of the Lacanians. Although his body had obviously changed, his mind was still clear. He had a very keen sense of military affairs and quick political reactions. He completed all the deployments almost without the Devers' request. Hurried bugles sounded, and the soldiers quickly retreated from the hillside. Stones and wood chased after them as they rolled down. When a soldier was unfortunately hit, the nearby teammates rushed forward to help, and screams could be heard from time to time. Capus, who saw this scene at the foot of the hill, had a gloomy expression and could not help but sigh, This kind of terrain is too disadvantageous for us. The Legion's advantage can't be used at all. The attacks over the past few days were not in vain. At least we took down one of the enemy's camps and pushed our attack line here. Antonios comforted him. That was not taken by us. The Brutty took the initiative to retreat. Until now, we have not even seen the enemy's face, but more than 300 of our brothers have been killed or injured. Capus said with a pained heart. Mainly injuries and fractures. After the medical camp's treatment, most of them can recover to normal. There are not many deaths. This is already very good. How can there be no deaths in war? Just like when we were in Persia, Antonios continued to comfort him. But our brothers did not die in battle with the enemy. This way of dying is too frustrating. According to the guide, Zweig City is still 5 or 6 miles away from here. 5 or 6 miles. It has always been such a difficult mountain road. I'm afraid that by the time we reach Zweig City, all of our men will be dead. Amyntas shouted irritably. When will the Second Legion start to move? It's been so long, and there's still no movement. If we knew it would be like this, Capus, you should have strongly requested for the First Legion to carry out that mission. Who asked the First Legion to be so famous? If we don't attack here, how can we make the Briti believe that this is the focus of our attack? Only then can we attract the main forces of the Briti over? Alexis said calmly and admiringly. Only the commander would dare to do this. Who would have thought that we would risk the precious lives of our citizens to attack Zweig City, just to mobilize the enemy? Shoo! Capus cautiously made a gesture, looked left and right, and said in a low voice, I hope the Second Legion can successfully complete the mission. Don't let our brothers' sacrifice be in vain. Leader, the Greeks have retreated. Saru did not rejoice when he heard his subordinate's excited report. Instead, he was a little disappointed. The Daonians run as fast as rabbits. If they had climbed over that ridge, they wouldn't have been able to escape after we pushed down the rocks we had stored on the mountain path. More of them would have died. Don't worry, as long as they are prepared to continue attacking Zweig City, there will be many more opportunities like this. Sidorum stood up and praised. We have already resisted the enemy for 3 days. Daionia sent out their so-called strongest army, the First Legion, to attack. Not only did they not make any progress, but they also lost many soldiers. Saru, you did well. If this situation continues, we can completely prevent the Daionia from reaching Zweig City within a month. Saru said confidently, Leader, I think we can deal with these Greeks by ourselves. Let Kazinsa and his men go back. They occupy our houses, eat our food, and don't even have to participate in the battle. The warriors are very angry. The Kazinsa people mainly eat the food they brought with them. We have now joined forces with the Kazinsa people. There will be many opportunities to fight together in the future. You have to start getting used to it and persuade our warriors not to have too many complaints, Sidorum said to him patiently. Moreover, from the current situation, the Daionia people have not used their full strength. They should still be adapting to the terrain here. You have to know that they have an army made up of Lacanians and Laus's army. We have not seen them yet, so we cannot underestimate them. Have you forgotten how the Lucania Tribal Alliance managed to attack our city? I haven't forgotten. Saru clenched his fist. Yesterday, news came from Napisha that the Greeks tried to attack us from the side roads. Fortunately, they were discovered in time, and they were repelled. We also have to be wary of the Lacanians coming from the mountains, but it is precisely because Kazinsa's army is guarding the city that we can fight the enemy here boldly, Sidorum continued to persuade. Saru nodded silently. The later the Daionia people arrive at Zweig City, the faster their morale will fall, and the more food they will consume, the more chances we have to defeat them. When that time comes, the glory of the Briti people will arrive. Initially, he was trying to persuade and motivate Saru, but as he spoke, Sidorum could not help but get excited. The sun had almost set behind the mountains, and the land was gradually plunged into darkness. The herdsmen drove their cattle and sheep home early, and the children who ran wildly in the mountains during the day were also called home by their parents, because at night, the mountains were the world of beasts. The wilderness outside of Ciudad Abyssinia was deserted. Occasionally, the howling of wild wolves could be heard, but after the roaring of the Kratai River throughout the day, the sound of the waves became louder in the quiet evening. It had been like this for thousands of years, and the people of Ciudad Abyssinia had long gotten used to it. They felt that the louder the waves, the more protection the Kratai River gave them, so they slept peacefully with the sound of the waves. However, they did not know that on the other side of the river, in the dense forest, thousands of Daionia soldiers were marching, the sound of the river drowning out all the sounds they made. Chapter 308. At that moment, a shaft that looked like the mouth of a well was fixed firmly in the middle of the pile of rocks. The shaft was tied with ropes as thick as a person's wrist, and the other end of the rope was tied to the waist of a burly man. He was naked, and he was only wearing a cape made from a few small sheep bellies that had been filled with air. The tourists were raised by the Kratai River and depended on it for their livelihood, but when they stood by the roaring river, it was as if thunder was raging in their ears and their souls were trembling. They could only hear the orders of their commander and comrades, but they could not hear them at all. The Kratai River was right in front of them. With the dim light from the setting sun, he could see the waves a few meters high from the raging river, as well as the soul-sucking whirlpool on the surface of the river. If a normal person had seen or heard this, they would have been terrified, their limbs would have turned to jelly, and they would not even be able to stand. However, before he and his companions became citizens of Dionia, they were sailors among sailors. They made a living at sea all year round and were used to fighting in the howling winds and huge waves. Therefore, for this mission, he firmly believed that with his own ability and experience, he would definitely be able to complete the mission successfully and fight for a bright future for himself and his family. The sheep that was scared out of its wits by the raging river were led out, trembling and unable to make a sound. Dracos chopped off the sheep's head and placed it on the reef. He smeared the sheep's blood on the faces of the warriors, and they all prayed to the river god, Acruz. Then, the burly man stood up and bowed to Dracos. He stood by the river and looked at the opposite bank on his left. That was the destination of his mission. He touched the rope to make sure it was securely tied, took a deep breath, and with a roar, he dove into the water like a mermaid, and the waves he stirred up instantly covered his figure. The dark river surged forward, and it was difficult to find him. The only thing that could be seen was the whirling of the shaft. Dracos' eyes followed the rope that extended into the water, and he became more and more nervous. Previously, after Devers surveyed the terrain around the Britti Mountains, he suggested that the best way to break through the war was in Abyssinia. When he told Felicius and the other commanders about his idea, they were shocked. It was too risky to swim across hundreds of meters of stormy waves while carrying dozens of kilograms of weight, the weight of the rope and the momentum of the river, without being discovered by the enemy's sentries. But Devers had strong evidence. Marcius from the Mathematical Research Institute went to the river and put down the tree trunk several times, and found that the river would eventually push the tree trunk to the shallow of the opposite bank. He also calculated the speed and direction of the river, and believed that people should be able to reach the opposite bank. Devers also told one of Antalis' attendants, who had followed Antalis to the Britti Mountains, in fact Antalis, about his discovery. The people of Abyssinia had built a defensive camp and a sentry tower in front of the river path in the south, and there were also sentry posts on the road leading to Kazinsa in the north, but there were no special sentry posts in front of the river. Perhaps it was because Ciudad Abyssinia was in front of them, or maybe it was because of the roaring, unnavigable section of the river that gave the people of Abyssinia confidence. As a commander, he did not want to fall into a long and arduous tug-of-war with the enemy, but the war with Britti was likely to happen. In the end, the commanders of the Dionia Legion agreed to Devers' risky plan. The 100-meter-long rope reached its limit in the blink of an eye. The rope was stretched taut, and a huge force pulled on the axle. If there were not a few soldiers holding on with all their strength, the entire bearing would have been dragged into the river. Dracos was disappointed. The first soldier who went into the river must have failed, otherwise the rope would not have been so tight. But he still signaled the soldiers to hold on for a while, hoping that the soldier could untie the rope. With the buoyancy of the sheep belly, there were more than a dozen boats waiting in the middle of the Kratai River, and he could be rescued. But the rope was still taut, and the soldiers continued to wrestle with the river until they were exhausted. Dracos made a prompt decision. He quickly pulled out his saber and prepared to cut the rope. But the soldiers were already exhausted, and the axle flew into the air. If Dracos had not dodged quickly, he would have been seriously injured, if not dead. The rope plunged into the river with the axle, but it did not even make a splash. The people on the shore were stunned for a while. Sorrow and fear began to envelop everyone. Dracos quickly came back to his senses. As the commander of the 2nd Legion, he was the core of the Legion, and he could not panic. He immediately signaled the soldiers to climb up the slope and bring new axles and ropes down. The 100-meter-long rope was so sturdy that all the boat shops in Turin worked overnight for a few days, and only 3 sets were made. This meant that the 2nd Legion only had 3 chances at most. Who's going first? Dracos looked at the remaining 2 soldiers who had been chosen and made a gesture. In the face of the terrible power of nature, and the tragedy from before, the two good swimmers retreated. They looked at each other, and under Draco's expectant gaze, they lowered their heads. Anger burned in Draco's heart, and he opened his mouth to curse. "Let me go." Just then, someone walked up from the side. Draco's took a closer look. It was the person recommended by the newly formed Dionian Navy. It was said that he was the fastest swimmer in the Navy, but because he was not strong enough, the Devers thought that it would be difficult for him to swim over the 100-meter-long rapids with a heavy load, so they only listed him as a substitute. But at this critical juncture, his courage to face the challenge lifted Draco's spirits. Draco's did not say anything else. He personally helped him put on a sheepskin coat, tied the rope, and said solemnly, "The Hades will protect you." The failure of the last soldier made Draco's subconsciously abandon the river god Acruz and replace him with his most trusted Hades. "Don't worry, I, Zeklian, am someone who will leave my name in the hall of Valhalla," the sailor said confidently as he strode to the foremost reef. The afterglow of the setting sun cast a few warm rays on his slender and well-proportioned streamlined body. As he jumped into the water, Draco's heart was in his throat again. How could he not be nervous? If he failed again, those two cowards would probably not dare to come forward. If they could not swim to the opposite shore, the troops would not be able to reach the other side safely, and they would not be able to seize Ciudad Abyssinia. The battle plan would not be realized, and they would have to implement the second plan. This meant that the time, energy, and rations they had spent previously would make the battle against the Brudi even more difficult. "Commander, we've reached the end." Without the soldier's anxious cry, Draco's saw that the axle had stopped turning. Did they fail again? Draco's heart sank. He was not willing to give up just like that, and shouted, "Hold on to the clue." He shouted as he went forward to help. The coarse rope was pulled back and forth by the friction between their palms, leaving streaks of blood. But Draco's felt that this force was not as strong as the previous time, and he became excited again. "Brothers, hold on. Hold on." He encouraged the soldiers around him, and the pulling force of the rope gradually weakened until it finally relaxed. Did they succeed? Draco's looked at the blurry opposite shore in disbelief, feeling as if all the strength in his body had been sucked out. He sat on the reef, and the soldiers around him cheered softly. The rope tightened bit by bit. "Stop! Stop! Stop! Move!" After an unknown amount of time, just when Draco's felt that it had been too long, the rope finally tightened again, and there were 3 weak vibrations. After a while, there were 3 more vibrations. Draco's confirmed the secret signal, and he suppressed his excitement and shouted to the soldiers, "Quick! Tie it to the tree! Quick! Quick!" In the evening, a long rope stretched across the Krati River, connecting the two sides. A soldier of the 2nd Legion had his legs wrapped around the rope, and his hands clenched tightly as he moved forward. His entire body was hanging upside down in the air. The lowest part of his body was less than 2 meters above the river, and the splashes from the river could wet his entire body. What was more frightening was that the roar of the river sounded like a demonic dragon in his ears, and the rope kept swaying. Although the soldiers had been specially trained for the past few days, the real situation required them to have more courage. Obviously, this soldier had enough courage, and his climbing skills were quite fast. That was why he was arranged to be the first to cross the rope bridge. In addition, in order to cross quickly and ensure the safety of the rope and climbing, the soldiers crossing the river did not wear helmets, breastplates, shin plates, or bronze shields. Instead, they carried a spear and a small wooden shield on their backs. Of course, there was another rope tied to the first soldier who crossed the river. When he finally climbed to a big tree on the other side of the river, Sequirian was waiting under the tree. His chest was dripping with blood, and it was obvious that he had been injured. As it turned out, the strong momentum of the river carried him across the river and slammed him against a reef. He almost fainted from the pain, but his desire to live made him endure the sharp pain of having his chest pierced by a sharp rock, and he hugged the reef tightly with both arms. Coincidentally, at this moment, Draco's and the others pulled the rope with all their strength, giving him a chance to breathe. He used all his strength to climb up the reef, and with one last careful step, he moved to the river bank. With the combined efforts of Sequirian and the soldier, the second rope bridge was built, and the soldiers of the 2nd Legion's 1st Brigade began to cross the river one by one. Even with the 2 rope bridges, the speed at which the soldiers crossed the river was still very slow. This was because only after the first soldier reached the other side could the second soldier start to grab the rope and climb. After all, if 2 or more people were hanging on a rope at the same time, whether it was the rope that connected the 2 sides with great effort, or the big tree that acted as the pillar of the rope bridge, it would be a huge burden. Dracos did not dare to take this risk. Chapter 309. For the soldiers to successfully climb the rope bridge in the dark and reach the other side, it required not only courage but also skill. Although it was only about 100 meters, it was actually very time-consuming. When faced with clumsy soldiers, they crossed the river at a snail's pace. The comrades at the back were anxious but did not dare to make a sound, because a few of them had accidentally fallen into the river and disappeared. It was already late at night, and 1/3 of the soldiers of the 1st Battalion had not crossed the river. Dracos felt that time was running out, and he could not wait here. He ordered the captain of the 1st Battalion, who had not yet crossed the river, to organize the soldiers behind him to cross the river. He also reminded Adrianx, the captain of the 1st Battalion, who had already crossed the river, that when dawn broke, he would immediately lead the 1st Battalion to attack the defensive camp along the river path, and seize it to ensure that the 2nd Army could smoothly enter the territory of Abyssinia, and then work together to attack Ciudad Abyssinia. Most of the soldiers who crossed the river lay quietly and orderly on the riverbank under the command of their respective platoon leaders and squad leaders. They seized the time to rest, calm their nerves, and restore their physical strength and energy so that they could be in a better state for the upcoming battle. A small number of soldiers who were in better condition sneaked into the forest and used the tools they brought with them to quietly saw off small trees, cut off branches, and made simple wooden ladders. As the platoon leader, Adrianx, with a few guards, crawled not far from the defensive camp and observed the layout of the camp with the faint light of the camp. At this moment, he felt someone patting his back. He looked back and saw that it was the captain of the 1st platoon. He quickly followed him and climbed back. When they were far away from the camp, he sat up and asked, "What's the matter?" "The warrior who swam across the Krati River has an urgent matter and wants to see you." "What urgent matter? Is he dying?" Adrianx said impatiently. He had been in a bad mood for the past few days. In order to organize a delegation to participate in the Isthmian Games, he had even asked the Devers for permission to not follow the 2nd Army to reinforce Tarentum. In the end, the expedition team returned with glory, but the delegation he led became the laughing stock of the whole of Greece. After he returned, a few senators in the Senate criticized him for this matter. Although he was protected by the Devers and the former mercenary senators, so he did not receive too much blame, he felt very sullen in his heart. Coincidentally, when the Briti War broke out, his old friend Dracos, who knew him well, allowed the 1st Brigade that he was in charge of to cross the river first. They would take on the responsibility of occupying the defense camp and receiving the entire army. This was a good opportunity for him to prove himself and wash away the humiliation he had suffered. Adrianx hesitated for a moment, but after considering Seclian's contributions, he decided to take the time to meet him. At this moment, Sicilian was being treated by the doctor who had crossed the river. Apart from the external injuries, his most serious injuries were 2 broken ribs on his left side and some damage to his left lung. The doctor fixed the broken bones and bandaged his wound. When he saw Adrianx, he struggled to stand up, but was stopped by the doctor. "You'd better lie down." Seeing that his injuries were more serious, Adrianx's tone became gentler. "I heard that you have something to talk to me about." "Yes, Captain." Once Sicilian spoke, his lungs were affected. The pain made his face contort, and his voice was like a broken bellows, making hissing sounds. With great effort, he said, "I heard that you've given the order to attack the enemy's defense camp in the east at daybreak." "Yes, it's the commander's order." Adrianx thought that he wanted to ask for permission to fight, so he said, "You need to rest now. You don't have to participate in the next battle." "If If we attack the defense camp first, the enemy in the city will know that we're here, and they'll defend with all their might. It'll be more difficult for us to conquer Abyssinia, and the casualties among our brothers will increase. Why? Why don't we attack Ciudad Abyssinia directly? I've swum across this river. I know they'll never think that we, Sicilian said anxiously, panting even harder. The doctor quickly asked him to stop talking and rest. Although his voice was intermittent and his words were unclear, Adrianx already understood what he meant. Ciudad Abyssinia is unprepared, so we should take them down with a sneak attack. Adrianx's eyes brightened. If he could lead a brigade to take down a city by himself, he would undoubtedly be able to wash away the previous humiliation. As for sneak attacks on cities, Dionia had many successful experiences in this area. The key to seizing Amendolara, Nudum, and Gramentum was to act suddenly, attack fiercely, and advance quickly. They had to deal the biggest blow to the enemy in the shortest time possible, causing them to fall into chaos. This had been summarized by the Devers and written into the tactical chapter of Dionia's military law. Adrianx still remembered something that the Devers had repeatedly emphasized: be daring to take risks, and at the same time, plan carefully. Now, he had made up his mind. Not only would he take down the defense camp, but he would also launch a sneak attack on Ciudad Abyssinia. Therefore, he had to think carefully about the situation of Ciudad Abyssinia. The Devers had written a booklet about Ciudad Abyssinia. In fact, it was the work of Anthroporus, and the officers of the Second Legion could recite it backwards. When Adrianx closed his eyes, the internal sketch of the city appeared in his mind. Ciudad Abyssinia was a small city, and the city walls were not made of stone, but double-layered wooden walls. The Brutty region was surrounded by the Greek city-states and was greatly influenced by the Greeks. The walls of each city varied according to their economic strength and the degree of threat. Canopetia, Kazinsa, and Zweig were all made of stone, Abyssinia was made of wood, and Albania was just a simple wooden fence. There were about 3,000 soldiers in the city, and according to the continuous observation and reconnaissance on the other side of the river in the past few days, Ciudad Abyssinia had sent no less than 2,000 troops to the west, and they had not returned yet. Therefore, including the defense camp, the remaining forces of Ciudad Abyssinia should be similar to the 1st Battalion. With the unprepared and unprepared, the possibility of taking down Ciudad Abyssinia independently was very high. Adrianx did not think of it before because he was used to obeying the orders of his superiors. Now, after thinking it over, he decided to send 300 people to attack the defense camp, and he would personally lead 700 people to attack Ciudad Abyssinia. He immediately called the company captains and sub-captains to discuss the attack plan, and sent more soldiers into the woods to make more wooden ladders. The movement was naturally bigger than before, but the dark night and the rushing river provided the best cover for their actions. The people of Abyssinia, which had been peaceful for 100 years, did not build a sentry tower outside the city, and the few sentries on the wooden wall had already fallen asleep. It was still quiet in Ciudad Abyssinia. Time passed by, and it was too hard for Adrianx to bear. He tossed and turned, and it was difficult for him to sleep. But the night would eventually pass. When a glimmer of light appeared on the horizon, he turned over and sat up. He patted the messenger beside him to wake him up and whispered, "Inform the company captains to start the operation." The messenger informed the company captains, and the company captains informed the sub-captains, and the sub-captains informed the sub-captains. The sub-captains woke up the soldiers under them one by one. The soldiers yawned and picked up their wooden shields and spears. A few of them carried the wooden ladders, and they began to stagger forward with the team officer. There was no sound of drums and no bugles. Everything was carried out in silence. The soldiers stared at the waving military flag in front of them in a daze. As the troops slowly moved forward, the scattered formation gradually became orderly, and the confusion on the soldiers' faces was replaced by sobriety. 150 meters, 100 meters, 50 meters. The troops had arrived in front of the city's trench, but there was still no movement on the city wall. The trench was 3 meters wide and 3 meters deep, and there were countless sharpened wooden stakes. The soldiers could not cross it with their bare hands. There was no open space on the other side of the trench, and it was directly connected to the towering wooden wall. The wooden ladder was put up, and one end was plunged into the soil, and the soldiers were holding it. The other end was not long enough to reach the top of the wall, but it did not matter. When the soldiers climbed to the far end of the ladder, they stretched out their hands and grabbed the top of the wall. With a strong push, they flipped over the top of the wall. On the walkway, a sentry wrapped in fur was sleeping soundly against the wall. The tremors and sounds of the battlement made him open his eyes in alarm. However, it was too late. More than a dozen wooden ladders were placed on the wall, and more than a dozen soldiers climbed over the wall at once. Very soon, the walkway was filled to the brim. Before the sentry could understand what was going on, he was either killed by gunfire or captured. Then, the soldiers on top of the wall quickly opened the city gate. The company captains followed the plan and immediately led the soldiers into the city. They divided the soldiers under them into 3 groups and quickly advanced along the streets. Success! Adrianx waved his hand excitedly. Sound the bugles! The bugles and military drums sounded at the same time, and the soldiers also took the opportunity to roar. Immediately, the city was in chaos as if there was an earthquake. Whether they were naked and went out to check on the situation, or picked up their weapons and rushed out of their houses, they were met by the soldiers marching along the street. Without any explanation, they were stabbed by the soldiers marching along the street. For a moment, there were screams everywhere. The bloody massacre frightened the people of Abyssinia. They simply hid in their houses and did not dare to move. Although Ciudad Abyssinia was built in the mountains, it was actually a flat city. Therefore, the 1st Battalion advanced very quickly. In front of them was the great leader's mansion in the center of the city, which was also where the meeting hall was located. Chapter 310. What? Kanaru could not believe his ears. The shock had completely driven away his drowsiness, and he could clearly hear the battle cries outside the house. Enemy! Where did the enemy come from? Are they Kazinsa's men? The sudden change left him at a loss. It was not without reason that he first identified the enemy as Kazinsa's men. Due to the terrain, the Greeks had never entered the territory of Abyssinia, but Kazinsa had fought with them many times. To defend against Kazinsa, Abyssinia had built a small fortress on the west side of the Kazinsa Plateau. However, as Brudi was moving towards unification last year, to show Abyssinia's sincerity, Nikaru removed the fortress, leaving only a sentry post. Because of this, Kanaru even quarreled with his father. Kanaru flew into a rage when his men did not know anything. Get out of here, find out the truth, and report back. No. Someone, inform the leaders of Bagalipi and Brim. Ask them to bring their people to the council hall. Blow the horn and ask the people to come here. Ask everyone to pick up their weapons and follow me to chase away the enemy. Kanaru's order was decisive, but it was difficult to carry it out. The people of Abyssinia had never encountered such a disaster before, and they lacked the means to respond. The people in the mansion panicked and were in a mess. Kanaru managed to organize a few dozen people and rushed out of the door. Then, they ran into the enemy who was charging at them. Kanaru roared and rushed forward. He waved the iron rod in his hand and smashed the enemy in front of him. Even the wooden shield was broken, which showed how strong he was. Don't fight him head-on. Go around him and deal with the others first. Adrianx saw the situation and made a prompt decision. The Greeks. Kanaru then carefully looked at the enemy in front of him. He was shocked, but at this moment, he did not have time to think about how the Dionia people invaded Abyssinia. Adrianx's orders made him think that he was the commander of the Greeks, and he immediately charged in Adrianx's direction. The experienced Adrianx calmly commanded the soldiers around him to retreat quickly. They did not want to fight Kanaru head-on. Kanaru was anxious and chased after him step by step. However, he did not know that his clansmen were blocked by the Dionia soldiers and had distanced themselves from him. Kanaru was infuriated by Adrianx's refusal to fight until the shrill screams of his clansmen woke him up. When he turned around, he saw that his clansmen had been killed by the Greeks. He had no choice but to turn back to rescue them. Adrianx ordered the soldiers to chase after him and continue to tangle with him. At this time, the other two teams also rushed over from other streets. Canaroo saw that the enemy was outnumbered and didn't dare to fight anymore. He led the surviving clansmen back to the mansion. In the process, he was hit by a javelin and his cheek was pierced. However, he tried his best to repel the Dionia soldiers who were trying to take the opportunity to enter the mansion. After retreating into the mansion and closing the door, Canaroo immediately sat on the ground and had no strength to stand up. Seeing this scene, the clansmen were all shocked. Reporting, "Captain, the leader of Abyssinia, Brim, has been injured and captured." The captain of the 1st Company of the 1st Brigade reported to Adrianx. Adrianx had a purpose for dividing the 700 soldiers who entered Ciudad Abyssinia into 3 teams. Through the information, he knew that there were 3 tribes in Ciudad Abyssinia. After asking Adepagus to interrogate the captives and find out the residences of the 3 leaders, he immediately began to carry out the decapitation operation. Now, it seemed that everything was going smoothly. Brim's mansion was the closest to the city gate. He should have been unprepared when he was ambushed. However, how did the other team of soldiers arrive so quickly? The captain of the 2nd Company gave the answer. The leader of Abyssinia led his clansmen to surrender before we even started the attack. Surrender voluntarily. Adrianx did not expect such a situation. He remembered that the leader was called Bagalipi. He had been assisting the great chieftain of Abyssinia for more than 10 years and was quite famous among the people of Abyssinia. Remembering the instructions of the Devers, Adrianx quickly asked his subordinates to invite Bagalipi over. Bagalipi, who was in his 50s, had white hair and beard. He looked very old. Seeing that Adrianx was talking to him in a gentle manner, he calmed down and immediately agreed. He was willing to persuade the people in the mansion of the great chieftain on behalf of Dionia. Bagalipi was good at judging the situation. When the Nicaru tribe was strong, as one of the candidates for the great chieftain, he gave up the election and fully supported Nicaru to be the great chieftain of Abyssinia. Therefore, he had been trusted by Nicaru for many years, and his tribe had benefited a lot from it. At the beginning of the war between the Brudi and Dionia, he took advantage of the fact that Ciudad Abyssinia and Turiai were only separated by a river. He put in a lot of effort to understand his powerful neighbor. He felt that it was impossible for the Brudi to defeat the alliance of Dionia, but they might be able to force a truce by relying on the terrain. However, when the city was in chaos, his clansmen told him in panic based on the appearance of the enemy that the attackers might be Greeks. After thinking about it calmly, he felt that the defeat of the Brudians was inevitable. Since they had lost the terrain, he immediately ordered his clansmen to lay down their arms and surrender. Most of the people obeyed the orders of a leader who had been in charge of the tribe for 30 years. There were also a few who objected and were taken down on the spot. His surrender quickly reduced the resistance in the city. Now, he stood in front of the great chieftain's mansion and shouted at the people in the courtyard. The Brudi who were lying on the courtyard wall and peeping outside saw that even Bagalipi had surrendered to the Greeks. One could imagine how shocked they were. Only Canaroo, after learning of Bagalipi's betrayal, laid on the sickbed and cursed. He swore that after the Greeks were destroyed, he would definitely tear Bagalipi into pieces. Canaroo endured the pain and ordered his men to gather everyone in the courtyard to defend stubbornly. However, what greeted him was a cold stare. Not long after Bagalipi shouted, the courtyard door opened. Canaroo's clansmen came out with Calaru's body to surrender. According to them, Canaroo died from his serious injuries. The 300 members of the 1st Battalion were responsible for raiding the camp. At first, it was relatively smooth. After all, the camp was mainly set up to defend against the river path in the east. All the defensive facilities were in the east. They did not expect the enemy to attack from the west. They were caught off guard, and the Dionia soldiers easily broke into the camp. However, because it was during war and this was the front line of Abyssinia, the soldiers were more vigilant and quickly organized to resist. In particular, The 4 towering sentry towers in the camp were originally used for crossfire on the river path and long-range attacks on the enemy's middle and rear to disrupt the enemy's ability to attack continuously. Now, they were using the advantage of the high ground to delay the fierce attack of the Dionia soldiers with arrows. As the soldiers of the Second Legion were not wearing armor, they suffered some damage. The people of Abyssinia fought desperately. Although the number of Dionia soldiers was greater, they could not completely capture the camp in a short time. The battle lasted for a while until the Abyssinia soldiers saw the fire in the city and gradually lost their fighting spirit. When a main force of the Second Legion finished trekking through the river path and arrived at the defensive fortress of Abyssinia, the battle had subsided and the troops successfully entered the territory of Abyssinia. When Legion Commander Dracos heard the news that Adrianx was leading the army to attack Ciudad Abyssinia, he did not care about his fatigue and led the troops to rush to reinforce the city. As soon as he arrived at the gate of Ciudad Abyssinia, he saw Adrianx standing there with a smile. Dracos knew that the city had changed hands. "Good, Adrianx. You got guts. You didn't even leave us a chance to fight." Dracos pointed at his good friend. He was angry and annoyed and did not know what to say. "Legion Commander, please enter the city." Capturing the defensive camp and Ciudad Abyssinia with a team at the same time and obtaining such a brilliant result made the haze in Adrianx's heart dissipate. He smiled and made an inviting gesture. Dracos waved his hand and said with a serious expression, "After the Brudi know that we have occupied Ciudad Abyssinia, they will definitely send a large army to recapture it. If they can't, I'm afraid they will build another defensive camp in the west to prevent us from entering Kazinsa Plateau. We don't have time to rest now. We must quickly build a defensive fortress in the west before the Brudi attack us. We must stop the enemy from entering Abyssinia and welcome the arrival of Sir Devers's main force." Adrianx's heart skipped a beat. This was part of the plan, but he was too proud of his victory. Fortunately, Dracos was still awake. "Go and get a Depagus." Adrianx ordered his men to call the Brudi-born free man of Dionia to be the troops' guide. Dracos informed the whole army not to enter the city, but to continue to the north to build the camp. The soldiers, who were already a little tired, complained, but they still obeyed the order and marched west at a steady pace. As the representative of the surrendered side of Abyssinia, Bagalipi was also at the front of the welcoming team. Seeing this scene, he could not help but secretly sigh. At this time, Dracos walked towards him. Bagalipi had already learned the identity of the person from Adrianx, the Second Legion commander, Dracos. Having a deeper understanding of Dionia, he knew that the entire Dionia alliance only had 4 legions, and each legion had 7,000 to 8,000 people, which was more than twice the total number of soldiers of Abyssinia. Dracos had a lot of troops, and the key was that the lives of himself and his people were under his control. Therefore, Bagalipi had to salute respectfully. Chapter 3:11. Although Dracos did not like to say nice things, it did not mean that he would not say them. Moreover, the Devers had instructed him in advance. Otherwise, he would not have dared to make any promises. However, his words were too straightforward. Bagalipi was both sad and happy. He was sad that Abyssinia and even Brudi might not exist as an independent force in the future. He was happy that he had the hope of becoming one of the senators in the Dionia Senate. As far as he knew, there were several Lacanian leaders in the Dionia Senate. They seemed to have fought for many rights for the Lacanians in Dionia. If that was the case, a new page in Abyssinia was still worth looking forward to, in my vote. Adrianx also offered his goodwill. While Bagalipi was grateful, he also made up his mind to cooperate with the people of Dionia and fight for a better future for his tribe in Abyssinia. The people of Abyssinia had built a fortress on the mountain road to the west. For the purpose of defending against the people of Kazinsa, they built it in the narrow mountain road for easy defense. The Second Legion built the fortress for defense, but more importantly, for attack. Therefore, Adepagus led the soldiers to the exit of the mountain road. In front of them was a gradually widening plateau. Although the mountain road here was wider and the workload was undoubtedly greater, It was already a habit for the soldiers who would train for an hour to build camps and cities in every military training. The engineers surveyed the terrain and drew the blueprint of the fortress. The soldiers were quickly divided into several teams. Those in charge of logging, those in charge of leveling the ground, those in charge of assembling basic defense devices such as sentry towers, fences, and so on. They were responsible for digging trenches in the areas in front of the fortress to be built and laying various traps such as sharp stakes and meat hooks. After learning that Adrianx had seized Ciudad Abyssinia, Dracos immediately sent his guards back to inform them of the news. After a difficult trek, the bodyguard arrived at the Turiai sentry post not far from the crossing of the river path. A messenger was already waiting there. After receiving the good news of victory, the messenger immediately rode his horse and galloped south through the newly built road. He passed through Castellan, Cremissa, Aspustum, Silatina, and finally Trine. Through the relay race, he changed horses and raced day and night nonstop. It took him a day and a half to finally deliver the news to the Legio for Legion commander, Helos. While Helos was overjoyed, he did not forget to continue sending messengers through the port of Trine. He immediately boarded a fast ship and quickly sailed north to Laos. It was already the 12th day of the war. The Devers were at Avinogius' mansion, accepting his hospitality. At this time, he was talking about his son's performance in Turiai. Sir Ansitanos has praised Annapolis several times in front of me, saying that he is very talented in historical research. After listening to the Devers, Avinogius was both happy and a little worried. Of course, I'm very happy to be a historian, but Henny is my only son. I hope he can succeed me in the future. Avinogius' words were filled with a sense of probing. The Devers seemed oblivious and said without hesitation, "Don't worry, there is no conflict between being a historian and being a consul at the same time." And after understanding the rise and fall of many city-states in the past in detail, Canepolis will know how to lead the people of Laos and make the city more peaceful and prosperous. Sir, that's very well said. Avinogius raised his glass happily. Let me toast you. Thank you for taking care of the child for more than a year. The Devers smiled and raised his glass in response. At this time, a guard came to report that the commander of the Legion of Dionysia, Capys, had something important to see him. Quick, invite him in. Avinogius pretended to be dissatisfied with the Devers and said, "This Sir Capys, I've invited him several times, but he refused to come. Since you're here today, you have to let him have a few drinks." As soon as Capys stepped into the hall, he shouted excitedly, "Commander, the 2nd Legion has taken down Ciudad Abyssinia." What? Avinogius was shocked. That's great. Dracos did a good job. The Devers was obviously mentally prepared. He drank the wine in his glass excitedly, stood up, and said, "The brothers of the 1st Legion have been wronged during this period of time. Tell them to cheer up. We have to return to Turiai immediately and rush to Abyssinia. The real war is about to begin." Yes. Capys, who was equally excited, replied loudly, "Have you sent someone to inform Sesta?" "Yes, I have." "Very good. Sesta, Hieronymus, and Bagul's plan can be implemented. Whether it succeeds or not depends on whether the other party is obedient." Capys turned and left. Avinogius did not stop him as he was still immersed in the amazing news. "Sir Avinogius," the Devers turned to him and said, "I will take the 1st Legion and the other troops to leave Laos and return to Turiai. I hope you can lead the extortion soldiers to continue the attack on Vigo City to prevent the Vigors from withdrawing their troops to save Abyssinia. In addition, I hope you can help Sesta and the others with their plan. Don't worry, Dionia's matter is Laos's matter. I will do my best to carry it out." Avinogius spoke like a soldier facing a general, making a solemn promise. Looking at the back of the Devers leaving, Avinogius breathed a sigh of relief. Previously, when he saw the Devers pretending to be the 2nd Legion with some reserve soldiers, he had been wondering what the real 2nd Legion was doing. Who would have thought that in less than 10 days, the 2nd Legion would be able to capture the strategic city of Bisnia? The Devers were really scary people. Fortunately, Laos was an ally of Dionia. Avenodius was not in the mood to inquire about the process of how the Second Legion captured Abyssinia. He only knew that Abyssinia had been breached, the Bruti's defeat was set in stone, and southern Italy would become Dionia's sphere of influence. This caused him to feel a little disappointed in his heart. When Ciudad Abyssinia was breached, a small number of Bruti escaped to Cosenza. As Pinlan was leading the army in Vigo city, only the high priest, Frodo, was in the inner city. When he heard the news, he was so shocked that his wooden staff fell to the ground, and he almost tripped. The news that Abyssinia had been occupied by the Greeks quickly spread throughout the city, causing panic among the people. While sending messengers to Cinopitia and Vigo, Cosenza also sent people to investigate the enemy's movements in Ciudad Abyssinia. From Cosenza to Cinopitia and from Cosenza to Vigo city, the distance between the two was not much different. However, to Cinopitia, the terrain was downhill, so the messengers arrived earlier. At this time, the great leader of Cinopitia, Pandaru, was holding a banquet for Nicaru and Bergam because they had just thwarted the plot of the Dionia. The Dionia attempted to take a more remote mountain path to the rear of Cinopitia, but they were discovered by the vigilant Bruti. Before the main force arrived, the Dionia retreated in panic. The Greeks are all cowards. They only know how to sneak attack. They don't dare to fight a real battle with me. This war is really boring. Nicaru complained loudly as he drank. This Dionia general is really an idiot. He tried to sneak into Cinopitia once before, but we discovered him and he wants to come again. Does he really think we are all idiots? Bergam laughed and said, I'm afraid it's not that there's something wrong with his brain, but he has no choice. The second day this so-called Second Legion arrived, they attacked us, but they retreated before they could attack the city. I saw from the city that they suffered many casualties. These Greeks are well armed, but they are too afraid of death. If they continue fighting like this, not to mention 2 months, they can even defend for a year. Pandaru raised his glass and said loudly. Now, he was also very confident. So, what Sidorum said about the Dionysian army being powerful and their archon commanding is, I think it's all bullsh**t. He's also a coward. Nicaru hiccuped and punched the wooden table with his right fist. Let's take advantage of the low morale of the Dionia and attack their camp. This is too dangerous. What if? Bergam was a little worried. What are you afraid of? Nicaru glared and interrupted him. We have more than 7,000 warriors, and the enemy has no more than 10,000 people at most, and they are all cowards. If we defeat them, we won't have to defend here anymore. Although Bergam and Nicaru had brought their own rations, they still had to be supplied by Cinopitia. Moreover, their presence had also caused trouble for the residents of Clopitia. Pandaru devoted most of his energy to resolving these disputes and conflicts every day. Just as he was about to say something, the guard barged in. Clang! The glass fell to the ground, and the wine spilled all over. What did you say? Abyssinia has been occupied by the Dionia? Nicaru rushed over and grabbed the messenger. His face was red, and he scolded angrily. Don't talk nonsense. Don't talk nonsense. Abyssinia can't be conquered by the Dionia. Impossible. Do you believe that I won't pull out your tongue and feed it to the dogs? It's true, great leaders. I have a letter from the high priest. Help! The messenger struggled and shouted for help. Pandaru and Bergam were equally shocked. Seeing this, they had to stop Nicaru's violent behavior. They went forward to pull Nicaru, and with great difficulty, separated the two. Chapter 3:12. Bergam quickly read the letter, then carefully said to Nicaru, who had yet to regain his composure, the letter says that some survivors of Abyssinia have escaped to Cosenza. Nicaru, you can go to Cosenza first to confirm if this is true. After saying that, he handed the letter over. Nicaru stared blankly at the papyrus that Bergam handed over, as if it was not paper, but burning flames. He hurriedly avoided it and sat back down, his eyes blank. What should I do? What should I do? Listening to Nicaru's helpless mumble, Pandaru and Bergam looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock and confusion. Just now, They were celebrating their victory, full of confidence to leave the city and fight the people of Dionia. In the blink of an eye, their confidence and arrogance were shattered by this shocking news. What should we do? They were also thinking painfully, I have to go back. I have to go back immediately. Take back my Abyssinia. Save my people. Nikaru suddenly stood up and strode out. When Pandru heard this, he hurriedly went forward to persuade him. Don't be anxious. We still don't know what happened in Abyssinia. We will send people to investigate first, and at the same time, wait for news from Penlin and the rest. It won't be too late to act after everyone has discussed it. It's not that Kinapisha is occupied. Of course you are not anxious. If we wait any longer, my people in Abyssinia will all be dead. Nikaru threw down these words without hesitation and left Pandru's mansion without looking back. Great leader Nikaru is right. Now is not the time to wait. Burgum walked over and said to the slightly dazed Pandru, Abyssinia has fallen. Our defense plan against Dionia has failed. What we're most worried about now is that the main force of Dionia will come out of Ciudad Abyssinia, and we will all be in danger. I must immediately lead the warriors of Ambalia to Kazinsa, meet up with Penlin there, and discuss what to do next. If you all leave, what about the enemies here? Pandru said in panic. Can't you see? We have all been deceived by Dionia. Burgum said with some anger. The enemy here is only a bait used by Dionia to lure us. Their real attack is in the direction of Abyssinia. Burgum said goodbye and left. Pandru was stunned for a while, then cursed loudly, Damn cowards. No one knew if he was cursing the people of Dionia or the two great leaders. In Vigo City, the great leader of Kazinsa, Penlin, Petaru, and the great leader of Vigo City, Sidorum, were discussing the withdrawal of the army. As it turned out, other than the first few fierce attacks of the Dionia and the capture of a camp, due to the tenacious resistance of the Brudi, the attacks of the Dionia had gradually weakened, and they had almost stopped attacking in the past few days. Therefore, Sidorum had an idea. He suggested to Penlin, Great leader, judging from the current state of the Dionia, their fighting spirit is weakening, and we can completely resist their next attack. Therefore, I suggest leaving only a small part of the Kazinsa army to help defend Vigo City, and the main force can return to Kazinsa to become the reserve force for the entire war, to deal with the attacks of the Dionia from other directions, and, at the same time, it will greatly reduce the pressure of the food supply. Indeed, tens of thousands of Kazinsa warriors were stationed in Vigo City, and most of the time, they had nothing to do. After all, the tribes of the Brudi had only united in the past 2 years. The conflicts and hatred that had existed for decades would not disappear so quickly. Moreover, it was the first time that the two cities had been in close contact for so long. It was inevitable that there would be conflicts. Therefore, Penlin thought that Sidorum's suggestion was acceptable, and it would help reduce the friction. After some discussion, he finally decided that he would lead 8,000 warriors back to Kazinsa, while Petaru would lead 2,000 people to continue to help the Vigo defend the city. Petaru was one of the members of the Seven Elders, the highest authority of the Brudi tribal alliance, and he was the youngest one. Penlin did not have a son, and there were no outstanding people in the tribe. Moreover, as an ambitious tribe leader, Penlin had always been working hard to unify the tribes of the Brudi. Therefore, he was not narrow-minded. He married his daughter to Petaru, the leader of the second largest tribe in Kazinsa City, and tried his best to help and promote Petaru. Regardless of the opposition of his tribesmen and other leaders, he insisted that Petaru become one of the elders of the newly established tribal alliance. Not only was it because Petaru was his son-in-law to increase the weight of Kazinsa in the elders, but he also hoped that after his death, Petaru could use his identity as his son-in-law to truly merge the first and second largest tribes of Kazinsa together and become the most powerful tribe in the Brudi region. Then, Petaru's leadership in the tribal alliance would be unshakable, and the tribal alliance would continue to develop steadily. Petaru gladly accepted this decision. He was also willing to stay in Vigo City for a while longer, to deepen his understanding of the city, and to improve his friendship with the leaders of Vigo. Although Nikaru and the rest despised Sidorum, secretly calling him a traitor and coward. The strength of Vigo City was not weak, and it was worth it for Kazinsa to rope in. Up until now, the leaders felt that the situation of the Briti was not bad, and their previous worries about the powerful forces of Dionia had been greatly reduced. Therefore, they talked happily until the messenger rushed into the meeting hall in panic. The shocking news of the fall of Abyssinia shocked everyone present. Penlin, who had always been calm, showed strong doubts about the news, just like Nikaru. Until he confirmed the letter from the high priest, Frodo, he still did not seem to want to believe the fact. If he was like this, then there was no need to mention the others. The entire hall fell into a cold silence. After a long time, Sidorum said bitterly, "We have been deceived. The attack of Dionia on Vigo and Apicia was only to distract our forces and divert our attention. Their real target should be Abyssinia." As the great leader of the newly established Briti tribal alliance, Penlin had adjusted his emotions after the silence just now. He suppressed the pain brought about by the sudden blow and said loudly, "We still have hope. The main forces of Dionia are here, and there are also nearly 10,000 Dionia in Apicia, so there should not be many enemies in Abyssinia. We should immediately mobilize the army and quickly take back Abyssinia before the enemy has gathered a large number of troops in Abyssinia." Sidorum then said, "Even if we can't take back Abyssinia, we should at least block the road from Abyssinia to Kazinsa Highlands." Penlin glanced at Sidorum. He could feel that the great leader of Vigo City was a little pessimistic, but he obviously did not have time to think too much about it. He said to Petru, "I will ride first and rush back to Kazinsa to urge the other tribes that have just joined the alliance to provide as many warriors as possible. At the same time, inform Nikaru and Bergam to bring their troops back to Kazinsa to meet up. You will lead 10,000 Kazinsa warriors back as soon as possible." "Understood, great leader." Petru felt much more at ease after listening to Penlin's arrangements. "Elder Sidorum, I'm sorry. You can only rely on yourself here." Although the other great leaders were not used to it, Penlin still insisted on calling them by their new positions in the alliance. "Don't worry, great leader," Sidorum replied confidently. "Since Vigo City is not the center of Dionia's attack, I am confident that we can hold this place. But I don't know what great leader Nikaru will do when he hears this news." Sidorum's words reminded Penlin of something. His expression changed. "You are right. I must leave immediately." Penlin and Petru left one after another. Sidorum was stunned. Saru, who had been silent all this while, stepped forward and said, "Great leader, do you think we can take back Abyssinia?" Sidorum sighed. "Who knows? The Consul of Dionia has been playing us in circles. Did he not prepare after taking back Ciudad Abyssinia?" Saru opened his mouth and stammered. You mean, we will lose?" Sidorum sighed again. "I'm afraid only Amara and Brutus would know. War broke out between Dionia and the Briti. More than half of Turiai's citizens went to war, and the city became a little desolate. Only the Temple of Hades was overcrowded. After the shock of the celebration ceremony and the relentless propaganda directed by the chief priest, Plesinus, the people of Talii and Amendola had a lot of trust in the Olympian god, who was known for being strict, cold, and gloomy. The whole hillside was filled with people praying, hoping that the Dionysian army could defeat the Briti as soon as possible so that their loved ones could return safely. Plesinus led the priests, and saintesses of the Temple of Hades to comfort the people who came to pray. They did their best to help them by providing them with water, shelter, and even doctors. For the safety of Turii, the Senate decided to temporarily strictly check pedestrians entering the city. Only citizens could enter and leave. Chapter 3:13. The Kristoia restaurant on the market was still full every day. The citizens of Dionia, freedmen, merchants, and sailors from all over the world came here to enjoy the food, drink, and discuss current affairs. Of course, there were also some gossip, such as the rumors that the Dever's mother had sex with Hades in her dream, which was why she was pregnant with the Devers. There were also rumors that the Turii patrol captain, Olivers, and his Persia wife used the Greek position or the Persia position when they made love. Of course, the most discussed topic during this time was the Brity War. The citizens of Dionia and freedmen had participated in military training and had seen the strength of the soldiers of the Legion of Dionysia. They believed that Dionia would win. Many foreign sailors and merchants expressed their doubts because the war had lasted for more than 10 days without any progress. In the end, the two sides either quarreled or fought, and the restaurant became the most frequented place by the market patrol. Dionia and Dios sat in a corner eating mutton hot pot, drinking beer, and listening to the people at the next table talking loudly about the ongoing war. Dionia sighed and said, "This is the bad thing about the Dionia alliance. There are too many wars. There have been 3 so far this year, and my business has been affected." Dios comforted him and said, "There are wars everywhere in this world, even in Corinth, due to the increasing conflict between Sparta and Sparta. The people are worried that a war will break out between them and Sparta. Dionia is not bad, at least it has not lost a war so far. It has always been attacking other cities." Dios showed a look of envy. "You are now running a weapons workshop, and you buy and sell weapons. Of course, the more wars the better. I heard that the consul of Dionia visited your workshop recently." Dionia also showed a look of envy. "That's right." He leaned forward and whispered, "You're my good friend, so I'm not afraid to tell you that Dionia is currently improving their weapons and equipment. They have a large number of soldiers, but the output of their own weapons shops is too low. Even after 5 years of production, they still can't equip every soldier with new weapons and armor. My weapons workshop is the only large weapons workshop in Dionia, so of course it will catch the eye of the Archon who loves war. I'm afraid there are at least 10,000 sets of weapons and armor. You're going to make a fortune." Dick Boris was extremely envious. "That won't earn much." Dios shook his head and said, "The Devers consul may be young, but he's a smart man. He offered to exchange the old weapons and armors for new ones. At most, he would pay a little more for the production." "Old weapons? Are you talking about rusty ones?" "No, Dionia's soldiers no longer use the traditional Corinth helmets, copper shields, and greaves of the Greek city-states. Instead, they designed a leather helmet with an iron plate and a chin guard. The shield is made of cowhide and wood, but it's half the height of a person, and it has to be curved. It's a little difficult to make this kind of shield. I don't know why they designed it this way." Dios described his doubts and complaints. "The consul of Dionia is a famous general in Greece. He naturally has his reasons for designing it this way. Just do as he says, don't think too much about it. And from what you've said, you can sell those traditional Greek weapons and equipment to other city-states. It's still profitable," Dick Boris reminded him. "But you didn't take into account the transportation costs, the taxes paid to other city-states, and the time spent." Dios drank a mouthful of wine, a puzzled expression on his face. "I don't really care about these. I've more or less earned some money, and I've also built a good relationship with the consul. It's a rare opportunity." But when Divers left the weapons workshop, he said something to me that made me unable to sleep well for a period of time. "What did he say?" Dick Boris asked curiously. "He said, 'It's a pity you're not a citizen of Dionia, or we'd have further cooperation with you.'" Dick Boris was stunned when he heard this. He carefully pondered this sentence, and his eyes suddenly lit up. "He means to make you a citizen of Dionia." "I think so too," Dios said with a sigh. "But according to the laws of Dionia, if I want to become a citizen of Dionia, I'll no longer be a citizen of Corinth. And it takes too long to become a citizen of Dionia. What's so good about being a citizen of Corinth? Will it allow you to own land? I don't have land in Corinth. According to what you just said, Corinth is likely to go to war with Sparta. Can Corinth defeat Sparta? No. Instead of having your family destroyed, it's better to prepare early. You're not too old, so it's not a big deal to wait in Dionia for a few years. And becoming a citizen of Dionia, you can own your own land, and your business can go further. Such a good thing is really a blessing from the goddess of luck. What are you still hesitating for?" Dick Boris' words woke him up. Dios pondered for a while and finally made up his mind. "My friend, thank you for the reminder. You're right. I should have made a decision earlier." Dick Boris laughed. Actually, I also want to become a citizen of Dionia. The longer I live in Dionia, the more I don't want to go back to Crete, which is small, barren, and boring. Here, I can watch exciting football and football games, have delicious food to eat, and if I get sick, there's a brilliant doctor to treat me. I can also go hunting in the mountains and fish in Cenis Lake. The political situation here is stable, and Dionia is a vibrant city-state alliance. It's already very powerful, and it's still getting stronger. No other city-state dares to invade it, and it's only bullying other countries. After listening to Digboris sigh with emotion, Dios raised his glass and said, "Why don't we go to Talie's census officer to register together?" Digboris was stunned for a moment, then laughed and said, "Okay, let's go together." The two drank and wiped away the stone in their hearts. They talked and laughed, feeling even happier. The guests at the next table quarreled. Digboris listened carefully and found that it was because of the Isthmian games. So he joked, "Dios, you have to be careful. Don't mention that you're a citizen of Corinth here." Speaking of this, Dios angrily scolded, "Those fools in Corinth's council. I'm afraid it's the first time most of them have heard of the name Dionia, so they don't think highly of Dionia, a new city-state alliance. But they don't know that this new city-state alliance is several times stronger than Corinth. Offending it won't do Corinth any good." Digboris felt the same way. It's not just Corinth. Many citizens of Greece have a disdainful attitude towards the city-states of the Western Mediterranean. They always think that the city-states of the Western Mediterranean are colonies and treat them like country bumpkins from remote places. In fact, they have no idea that not only Syracuse, but Dionia's strength is also comparable to Sparta and Athens. Tarentum, Crotone, and other Greek city-states are among the best, even in Greece. Yeah, offending a growing Dionia might cause trouble in the future for Corinth. Dios said worriedly, "Why are you still worried about this? You've decided to become a citizen of Dionia anyway." "But I still have a lot of relatives and friends in Corinth." As the two were talking, deafening cheers suddenly rang out in the market. The people in the restaurant did not know what was going on and were asking each other curiously. A patrol walked in and said excitedly, "Rejoice, people of Dionia! Our brave soldiers, under the leadership of the great consul Devers, have conquered Ciudad Abyssinia in Brutty." "That's great. We won again. Isn't Abyssinia just beside Arturii, a small city on the south bank of the Crati River? No Greek has been there before. I heard that the terrain is very dangerous, and we've conquered it. It's only been a few days since the battle started. Attack, brave soldiers. Continue the attack, and take down Cosenza as soon as possible." The restaurant was filled with cheers. At this moment, a waiter came out and said, "To celebrate this victory, my master has decided to give everyone's food and drinks for free today." "Victory? The generous consul, madam. The beautiful Christoia." The customers danced and cheered. "That's great. I'll have a glass of wine, too." The patrol said happily. "Wine or beer?" The waiter asked. "Look at me. I'm sweating all over. Of course, I'll drink beer to quench my thirst." When a full glass of beer was handed to him, the patrol raised it high and said loudly, "Everyone, to our omnipotent consul Devers, and to our brave citizens who participated in the war." Everyone in the restaurant, including Digboris and Dios, raised their glasses. The customers at the next table even came over and clinked glasses with them and said, "Congratulations on becoming citizens of Dionia. This is undoubtedly the right decision." Digboris looked at him in surprise. "You heard all that?" The man blinked and said, "Otherwise, why do you think I scolded the people of Corinth?" Dios smiled in relief and said, "We've just made our decision, and we've received such good news. This is the arrangement of the goddess of fortune." "That's right." Digboris nodded in agreement. Chapter 314. Cheers. Every customer in the restaurant downed their fine wine. Also, the Senate has issued a notice. The patrol officer looked around and said solemnly, "Free citizens who have participated in Dionia's military training can register at the Victory Square immediately. The Ministry of Military Affairs is recruiting 2,000 free citizens to Abyssinia to assist the Legion in battle. Why didn't you say so earlier? There are only 2,000 slots. I'm afraid they'll all be gone in a moment. Hurry, hurry. The restaurant was instantly filled with complaints. After a moment of chaos, most of the customers in the restaurant had already left. Boris and Dios looked at each other. Meanwhile, the Victory Square was filled with people. The registry department first had to confirm that the free citizens who came to register were indeed registered citizens. Then, the court personnel would check their files and confirm that they had no records of breaking the law while they were living in Dionia. Then, the Ministry of Military Affairs' training camp would select the young and fit free citizens who had performed diligently during their training. Only after all these were approved would the registry department confirm their names and notes on their files. This was to shorten the time it took for them to become probationary citizens in the future. After this process was completed, there were more than 100 civil servants in the Alliance, and all sorts of files piled up into a small hill. To prevent any accidents, thousands of Legion Reserve soldiers were mobilized to maintain order. In fact, there were more than 10,000 free citizens in the square, but they were able to maintain order. It was not because they were afraid of the soldiers, but because they knew that it did not matter even if they were not selected this time. There was no lack of opportunities to contribute in Dionia. For example, the temple that Amendola was building lacked manpower and was recruiting free citizens. The construction of the Cremissa, a Sprustum Avenue, was also recruiting free citizens. The Alliance only provided 3 meals a day for such large construction work, and the pay was extremely low. However, it could still help free citizens achieve their dream of becoming probationary citizens of Dionia. However, if free citizens disrupted the public order of the Alliance and violated Dionia's laws, their path to becoming a Dionia citizen would become extremely difficult, and they might even be expelled from Dionia. Thus, even if they were not selected, these free citizens would at most curse a little and would not dare to do anything extreme. If anyone felt that the selection process was unfair, they could appeal to the notary office set up by the Ministry of Supervision on the other side of the square and request for a review. Standing outside the Senate's conference hall and looking at the bustling scene in the Victory Square, Felicius suddenly said, "Actually, I think it's better to send the Army's reserve troops to Bosnia to assist the Second Army. They've all gone through strict training and are not much different from the soldiers of the First Army. Compared to these free citizens, they're more capable and obedient." Marriage, who was beside him, asked, "If you send out all the citizen soldiers, Tali will be empty. What if the enemy sneaks up on us, or there's a big disturbance? What should we do?" Felicius was at a loss for words. He hesitated and said, "Turi is surrounded by cities that belong to the Alliance. How could there be a sneak attack? If we can sneak attack Abyssinia, why can't others sneak attack Turi?" Marigi was quibbling. In fact, he was thinking that Felicius was an idiot when it came to politics, apart from being an expert in military affairs. Lord Devers was leading the army outside, and there would always be soldiers guarding his home. Now, that the members of the Senate were more complicated than before, if someone were to cause trouble, he could immediately suppress them. At this moment, Mergius and Marigi were standing in the same trench, but his explanation came from a different angle. "Send the reserve soldiers?" He screamed. "You make it sound so easy. Felicius, you have to know how much effort the Devers and I have put in to prepare the rations for this war. Not only have the silver coins in the treasury been used up, but we have also owed huge debts to the citizens. However, this is only enough to supply the 4 legions for 4 months. The rations of a reserve soldier are the same as those of the legions, with at least 3 caddies of grain and 2 salted fish a day. The rations of these free citizens are much simpler, and they only need to eat their fill. Felicius, use your brain. Don't only think about fighting all day long. If there is no food to eat when fighting, I think all of you will starve to death." Mergius and Felicius were old acquaintances. Felicius understood this fatty's personality and did not think much of it. Instead, he humbly expressed his acceptance. Behind them, Antares was still shocked by the news of victory that he had heard in the morning. Antares, Didn't you say that Ciudad Abyssinia has a geographical advantage and is almost impossible to capture? But how did the consul capture it so quickly? Euripides asked doubtfully. I don't know either. The messenger who came back to report did not tell us the details of the capture of Abyssinia. And Terry's mind was still replaying the thrilling scene when he walked on the riverside path. He said helplessly, Abyssinia does have natural defenses and is difficult to capture, but our consul is the blessed of Hades. With the protection of Hades, perhaps no matter how big the difficulty is, it will not be a problem for him. When he returns victorious, you can ask him in detail. It seems that the consul is indeed very good at commanding the citizens to fight. Euripides, why don't we apply to him and join these few legions of Dionia? Preed suggested. I've already asked around. The unique legion system created by the consul is very different from the ordinary military system of the city-states. Every promotion in the army has a strict assessment. Even if you and I are senators of the Senate, we are completely unfamiliar with the tactics and the use of military formations of the Legion of Dionysia. We have to start training again from the boot camp. Euripides was rather angry when he said this. He was a noble of Cremissa, and now he was a senator of the Senate of Dionia. According to Felicius, who was a mercenary in the Ministry of Military Affairs, he actually had to sweat and train with the poor freedmen. How ridiculous! Let's train then. Don't tell me we can't compete with the freedmen. Preeds was indifferent. Listening to the argument between the two, Antares was a little emotional. It seemed that he was not the only one who had accepted the fact of becoming a citizen of Dionia. Preeds and Euripides were the same. Although he had been the chief general of Cremissa for a few years, a small tribe of Brudi that came down from the mountains to plunder was enough to give him and the people of the city a headache. But in Dionia, sitting in the Senate, a discussion could decide the life and death of the entire Brudi race. It really was like the old saying, the higher you stand, the more scenery you see. When you get used to eating delicious food, you naturally won't be interested in hardcore spread. On the other side of the platform, Cunigarata and Cornelius were discussing another issue. After occupying Abyssinia, it seems that the day of our conquest of the Brudi will come soon. In the past 2 years, Cornelius had also watched Ionia grow from being weak to becoming strong, and he could not help but sigh. Cunigarata's consideration was more far-reaching. After defeating the Brudi, how to deal with them is also a big problem. Cornelius thought for a moment and said with uncertainty, they will probably deal with the Brudi the same way they dealt with the Lacanians. Cunigarata pondered for a moment and said, the Brudi are still different from the Lacanians. He stopped here and could not help but shake his head. How far will the war go? What kind of agreement will they sign? It was still too early to think about these things, and it was impossible to predict them. However, if the Brudi region was conquered, Turii would be completely safe from then on. On the Sicilian island of Mortia, the war continued in the same way day after day. The Morians were all soldiers. Despite suffering heavy casualties, they did not surrender. Syracuse's attack was advancing bit by bit. Despite paying a heavy price, they were still unable to occupy the entire city. As time passed, Dionysius became more and more anxious. He even executed 2 of his guards for a small reason. Finally, he realized that attacking Mortia by force was not a good idea. After accepting the proposal of the former mercenary leader, Messias, he decided to organize a suicide squad and quietly crawl into the area guarded by the Morians in the dark. Fortunately, his adventure was successful. The suicide squad opened the city gate and allowed the Syracuse troops to rush into the city. After a short but fierce battle, the resistance of the Morians was finally crushed. At this moment, the Greek soldiers did not want to snatch the spoils of war. Too many of their comrades had died in the previous battle. They only wanted revenge. Moreover, they still remembered the atrocities committed by General Hannibal of Carthage, not the Hannibal of Rome. In Carthage, there were many generals named Hannibal at different times, and this one was more famous. He was the patriarch of the Magonid family in Himera. They decided to be as cruel and merciless as the people of Carthage treated the Greek cities, and so the massacre began. After a day of massacre, Dionysius finally stopped this behavior. It was not because he was merciful, but because he believed that the dead came before the captives. So the victors turned the fun of the massacre to robbery. They looted everything of value in the city of Carthage and sold all the captives as slaves. Dionysius left a team of men to guard the empty city full of corpses and another team to continue besieging Segesta. He led the army back to Syracuse. At this time, the remaining Carthaginian forces in Sicily were only a few coastal cities in the northwest corner, such as Eryx, Sorus, Panomus, and so on. It was not that he did not want to completely wipe out the remaining Carthaginians in Sicily, but the rations he prepared for the army were almost finished. It was already October, and winter was coming. He decided to return to the city for the winter and come back next spring to solve the problem of Segesta. Chapter 3:15. In the Carthage Senate, the attackers led by the Maganid family, who were strongly supported by the people, vigorously attacked the conservatives led by Hanno. Their proposal to attack Syracuse and rebuild the northern security barrier for Carthage was finally passed. Therefore, the Carthage Senate once again appointed the patriarch of the Maganid family, one of the Carthage Suffets, similar to the consul. There were two of them, Hamilco as the commander, and began to recall the army that had just been sent to develop the Iberian Peninsula. The commander of the army was Hamilco's younger brother, Margo. At the same time, they began to prepare food for the army. A day ago, a major event happened in Gramentum. Two small tribes in the north, Lude and Burina, had a conflict over territory and even had a fight. The city governor, Bagul, personally went to mediate, but was suddenly besieged by the tribe's warriors. Bagul was caught off guard. Thanks to his bodyguards risking their lives to break through the siege, he was able to escape back to Gramentum city. Soon, the news that Bagul was seriously injured and on the verge of death came from the city. At the same time, the city gates were closed and the city was heavily guarded. However, no troops were sent to attack the two tribes that openly raised the flag of rebellion. For a time, outside the city, the tribes under the jurisdiction of Gramentum were in a state of panic, and rumors spread everywhere. The news quickly spread to Picassus and Potentia. "Son, that old fox, Plummet, has finally made his move. We can't wait any longer. We must immediately send troops to attack Gramentum." Sensing said excitedly and anxiously, "Father, didn't you say that we would wait for Potentia to send troops before we send troops?" Ninath asked in confusion when he saw how excited Sensing was. The situation now is different from before. Although Potentia hasn't sent troops, they have already made their move. Didn't you just hear that the governor of Gramentum was ambushed and seriously injured? This must have been done by Plummet, and the others secretly instigated the Gramentum tribes adjacent to Potentia. Logically, the people of Dionia should have sent troops to carry out bloody revenge against those tribes, but the people of Dionia did not. Instead, they locked the city gates. What does this mean? Sensing waved his arms and said excitedly, "It means that the people of Dionia have no extra troops to suppress those rebellious tribes. Their soldiers have been transferred to attack Brudi. The messenger of Brudi, who came yesterday, was not as nervous as he was when he asked us to join the alliance. The people of Dionia have sent nearly 20,000 troops to attack Brudi from the north, but they could not reach Vag City and suffered heavy casualties. They also sent 10,000 troops to attack Napatisha from the south, but they were also blocked outside the mountains, unable to advance. Dionia is in a difficult situation of fighting with the people of Brudi, so the people of Dionia only want to defend Gramentum. Now, the tribes in Gramentum are like calves that have lost their mothers, panicking. We must rush to Gramentum's territory before Potentia does. Those tribes will definitely submit to us, and our troops will quickly grow. When Plummet arrives, it will be too late. Our Picassus has the final say in Gramentum." Sensing could not help but laugh sinisterly when he thought of this. "Father, I'll gather the soldiers now." Ninath's blood was boiling at his father's words. He immediately strode out of the living room. Behind him, Sensing's voice was full of hatred. "The cunning people of Dionia dared to take away my Gramentum. The day of revenge I've been waiting for has finally come. God Asanu, I, Sinsing, will offer the blood of the Greeks as a sacrifice to you. I hope to get your blessing. Brother, what are you hesitating for? Borat shouted anxiously. The people of Picassus have already made the first move. The cunning Sinsing must have roped in the tribes in Grimentum and schemed to severely injure Bagul of Dionia. Now, the army of Picassus must have set off. If we don't send our troops, the Grimentum will belong to Picassus. Compared to the hot-tempered Borat, Plomath, the great leader of Potentia who was more than 50 years old, sat upright on a wooden chair. His eyebrows did not even twitch as he listened to Borat's words. He slowly said, I still stand by my words, wait. Brother, if you don't want to take the risk, why don't I bring some of the soldiers to Grimentum first? Borat was so anxious that he wanted to say more. Plomath's expression became serious. He looked at his brother and said coldly, I'm still the one in charge of Potentia. If you want to give orders, wait until I'm dead. Borat did not dare to speak again. He and Plomath were almost 20 years apart. Their father had died early, and he was actually raised by this older brother. Therefore, although they were brothers, they were more like father and son. Borat, Plomath's tone became gentler. Don't forget how we lost the Grimentum. Borat did not speak, but his expression showed that he was not convinced. Plomath sighed, and his face became more solemn. I know you've been complaining that I've been too cautious all these years. I didn't intervene in Lucania's internal disputes, let Aspirus grow, and now I'm not willing to lay my hands on the Grimentum. But you have to know that Potentia is different from Picassus and the Grimentum. They're surrounded by Lucanians, and to the north of us, there are the terrifying Simonians. Don't forget what our ancestors always told us. We were driven from the north to this mountain area by these Simonians. Don't look at the fact that these Simonians haven't fought with us yet. That's because we have enough warriors, and they still have to deal with the Greeks in the west, so we're safe. But if we're weak, do you think those hungry wolves will let Potentia go? Borat's expression changed slightly. At the beginning of the year, I couldn't resist your repeated request to send troops to the Grimentum. In the end, you and the warriors were captured by the Dionia. Do you know, during that time, the Simonians sent an envoy to me, expressing their willingness to lend me troops to defeat the Dionia. This time, Borat was moved. He could not help but ask anxiously, there was such a thing? You agreed? Agreed? Plomath sneered. If I agreed, Potentia would have belonged to the Simonians long ago. Fortunately, we made peace with Dionia in time and released you. Only then did I heave a sigh of relief. Now, the situation in the Grimentum is complicated. I don't know how the war between Dionia and the Brudi will turn out. I can't see clearly. If you can't see clearly, don't send troops easily. If Sinsing wants to snatch the Grimentum, then let him snatch it. The Dionia are not easy to deal with. After listening, Borat was silent for a while. He asked with some reluctance, if that's the case, why did you agree to form an alliance with the Brudi, big brother? Plomath's turbid eyes flashed with a glimmer of light. Forming an alliance is also to have another way out. Asanu, bless us, if a good opportunity appears. So we have to calm down and wait slowly. Penlin urged his horse back to Kazinsa at top speed, just in time to intercept Nikaru, who was rushing back from Canopetia with his troops. It was not easy to persuade him to stay in Kazinsa and wait for the army to gather before attacking Abyssinia together. But not long after, he received a report from a cavalry scout. The Greeks were building a fortress on the road from Abyssinia to the plateau. Penlin could no longer sit still. If the Greeks were to build the fortress, it would undoubtedly make it more difficult to recapture Abyssinia. He had to let Nikaru lead his soldiers to stop them, and added 1,000 warriors from other tribes for him. He also repeatedly told him not to fight the Greeks head-on. After 3 hours of anxiously leading his troops, Nikaru could vaguely see the Greeks in front of him. His eyes widened. They had turned the exit of the mountain road into a large construction site, digging pits, piling, moving wood. It was a bustling scene, and a 3-meter-high, 10-meter-long wooden wall stood there. There were gates, battlements, trenches, antlers, and all the basic facilities that a fortress should have. Nikaru moved quickly, but it had been a day and a half since the Second Legion occupied Abyssinia. Legion Commander Dracos seized the opportunity and divided his 7,000 soldiers into 3 teams, taking turns to build the fortress day and night. The soldiers also knew that time was tight, so they worked hard. Coupled with some simple defensive facilities that had been assembled by the engineering operation, the fortress had already taken shape when Nico arrived. As soon as the scouts spotted the British troops, they rushed back to report the news. A bugle was blown in the fortress, and the laboring soldiers retreated at a steady pace. Although Nikaru was surprised by the speed at which the Dionia soldiers built the fortress, it took Abyssinia 7 or 8 days to remove the fortress facing Kazensa. He was more angry that the Greeks were doing whatever they wanted in his territory. Kill those Greeks outside the city. At his command, the bugle sounded. His soldiers hated the enemy for taking away their homeland, and like ferocious wolves, they rushed towards the unarmed and unarmed Dionia soldiers. Under the command of the team officer, the Dionia soldiers did not panic. They passed through the gate in an orderly manner and retreated into the wall. The soldiers at the back even turned their heads to look back, hoping for something good to happen. Chapter 316. Last year, the Verds had already suffered, but Sidorum did not tell the other Briti about their painful experience. There's a trap in front. The momentum of the Briti's charge suddenly stopped. Just when they stopped moving, Dracos on the wooden wall ordered, "Archers, get ready." Bagalipi, who was next to him, quickly shouted, "General, please don't attack first. They are the warriors of Abyssinia. Let me try to persuade them to surrender." The Second Legion had received reinforcements from Turii, and its strength had increased to 9,000 soldiers. However, 1/3 of the soldiers stayed behind in Abyssinia to prevent any unrest. At the same time, Dracos invited Bagalipi to go to the fortress that was being built. On the surface, it was to help the soldiers of the Second Legion to familiarize themselves with the terrain so that when the Briti arrived, they could better understand the attacking enemy. In fact, it was to transfer the most influential leader in Ciudad Abyssinia to ensure the safety of the newly occupied city. Who would have thought that this leader would have such an unexpected effect? Dracos looked at the anxious Bagalipi, hesitated for a moment, and nodded. Bagalipi held the entrance of the fortress with both hands and shouted with all his strength, "People of Abyssinia, I'm Bagalipi. Although Ciudad Abyssinia has changed owners, your families are safe. Your parents, wives, and children are looking forward to your safe return. Go home, people of Abyssinia. The people of Dionia will not hurt you, and they will accept you as citizens of Dionia. Go home. Your families are waiting for you at home." The Bruti's warriors, who were supporting their companions and advancing carefully within 50 meters of the city, could clearly hear the affectionate shouts in Bruti language coming from a wall. Its leader Bagalipi's voice. To the people of Abyssinia, this voice was very familiar. Because Bagalipi had always been respected by the people of Abyssinia, the screams of the injured soldiers gradually became softer. The soldiers who came to the rescue also forgot to help. They listened carefully and began to whisper to each other. Nikaru, who was at the back, knew about the situation and flew into a rage. "Bagalipi, you damned old man. Why didn't I realize he was so vicious before? It was him. He must have betrayed us. That's why I let the Dionia occupy my city. I'll skin him alive, eat his flesh, kill his entire family." Nikaru could only curse. No matter how irascible he was, he knew that with the current condition of the soldiers, they could no longer fight. He could only order a temporary retreat. However, when the horn was blown, a small number of soldiers lingered around. Nikaru was anxious and angry. He hurriedly sent warriors from other tribes to drive them away with spears. It was not easy for them to withdraw from the battlefield, and it almost led to a conflict. Nikaru did not dare to stay any longer and quickly retreated a few miles. The soldiers supported each other and sighed along the way. One could imagine the low morale of the soldiers. Dracos saw the situation on the wooden wall, but did not take the opportunity to attack. This was because Bagalipi gave him a better idea. The people of Dionia had turned the area 50 meters outside the wooden wall into a trap, and his own Abyssinia warriors were distracted by Bagalipi's words. Nikaru was now at a loss of what to do. He ordered to set up camp here and sent scouts to report the situation of the enemy to Kazensa. Nikaru thought about it again and decided to summon the leaders of the warriors of Abyssinia. He asked them to emphasize to the soldiers that they should not believe the rumors of traitors. Their families had already become slaves of the Greeks. Only by fighting to recapture Ciudad Abyssinia could they regain their freedom. Just as he was shouting at his men to go back and boost the morale of the soldiers, the guards came in and reported that a group of Abyssinia women had arrived in the barracks. It turned out that Bagalipi had gathered some wives of Nikaru's soldiers. These women belonged to the category of old and young, and it was impossible for them to not return. He then told them that their husbands were outside. If you do not want them to die in battle, you have to go and call them back. Under the guidance of the Dionia soldiers, these women walked out of the trap and trekked for a few miles to arrive at Nikaru's barracks. When the soldiers guarding the barracks saw that they were their relatives, they did not stop them. Instead, they opened the fence and welcomed them. As a result, touching scenes of the husband and wife meeting each other with tears in their eyes soon appeared. These women would tell their husbands that after the Dionia soldiers occupied the whole city, they did not harm any Abyssinia people. They also sent doctors to rescue those who were injured, put out the burning fires, and repaired the damaged houses. Now, order in the city was gradually restored. A small number of Abyssinia soldiers cried when they learned from the women that their families had died in battle. In one of the barracks, all the soldiers gathered in one place. The scene of joy and sorrow was lively and a little funny. But for Nikaru, who had just received the news, he was terrified. This was a conspiracy by the Dionia people. In a moment of desperation, Nikaru actually sent out his guards in an attempt to separate the women from the soldiers. He wanted to prevent the situation from escalating, but he did not expect that his action would intensify the conflict. Looking at the women who were forcibly dragged away, some who fell to the ground because they resisted, but the guards did not care and dragged them away. The Abyssinia soldiers were furious. They surrounded the guards who came from Nikaru's tribe and were made up of his most trusted tribesmen. These guards, who usually relied on Nikaru's power and tyrannical power, knelt and begged for mercy when they saw the situation was not good. However, the angry soldiers ignored their pleas and rushed forward to beat them up. Gradually, there were guards who died under the punches and kicks of countless people. When the soldiers found out, they were so frightened that they stopped beating. The guards' dying cries suddenly frightened some of the soldiers. The tyrannical power of Nikaru over the years began to envelop their hearts. We killed Nikaru's tribesmen. He will not forgive us. Why don't we take advantage of the fact that there are so many people now and capture him? Then we will go home. At this moment, a young Abyssinia shouted loudly and immediately became the direction of the confused soldiers. In for a penny, in for a pound, in for a pound. They gathered and rushed towards Nikaru's tent. Nikaru had already received the terrible news. At this moment, there was no time for him to regret. He hurriedly rode on a horse and fled to the area where the warriors of the other tribes lived. He also asked them to immediately send troops to quell the rebellion, but was rejected. With only 1,000 warriors to fight against more than 2,000 angry Abyssinia warriors, and the one who gave the order was not their own leader. How could they listen to the orders of the alliance elder Nikaru, who was already alone? Therefore, when the Abyssinia warriors approached the camp, Nikaru felt the danger and rode away again. Facing the warriors of the other tribes who were ready for battle, the people of Abyssinia, who gradually calmed down, were afraid that Nikaru would lead troops to retaliate, so they took the initiative to retreat. Do as Chief Bagalipi said, return to Abyssinia. When the confused Abyssinia people were wondering where they should go next, it was the young warrior who shouted loudly again. In fact, this was the only way for them now. Outside the newly built fortress of the Dionia soldiers, Bagalipi led a few famous elders of Abyssinia to welcome the group of restless warriors. Dracos did not expect Bagalipi's founding to be so successful. It made him excited and a little distressed. How to deal with the more than 2,000 returning Abyssinia warriors was a big problem. If he simply let them all go back to the city, even Dracos himself would not feel at ease. Fortunately, this time the attack of the enemy was successfully stopped without using weapons, which bought him time again. Now, he was eager for the army led by the Devers to arrive as soon as possible. Sensing decided to lead 6,000 Picassus warriors to Gramentum together with his son Nineth. Just as he expected, as soon as the army arrived, the tribes in the northern region of Gramentum came to join them, including the two tribes that had ambushed Bagul, Lud, and Burina. Sensing had learned his lesson from the past and treated all the tribes that came to seek refuge with him warmly. He quickly won over the hearts of the leaders of these panic-stricken small tribes, and also allowed his army to quickly swell to over 10,000 people. They continued to march south in a grandiose manner. When the news reached the city hall of Gramentum, Bagul, who was rumored to be seriously injured, was sitting on a wooden chair, looking slightly worried. Although he spread the rumors that Dionia and Brudi are at a disadvantage and I'm seriously injured to confuse the enemy, I did not expect these tribes in the north to join Picassus so quickly. Sigh, all the efforts we've made before are in vain. Assist sneered. Just like what Sir Devers said, only in the face of danger can we see which tribes are truly loyal to Dionia and which ones are the traitors. For the past 6 months, most of our energy has been spent on mediating the territorial and property disputes of these tribes. They are all wolves that can't be fed. Now, except for the few tribes that have been arranged, we can wipe out the other tribes that have betrayed us and completely bring the territory of Gramentum under our control. They are all Lacanians. Bagul knew that what Assist said was reasonable, but he could not help but sigh again. Chapter 3:17. Bagul listened to his brother-in-law's words, and his expression gradually became firm. He said loudly, "You're right. I'm a Lacanian, but I'm also a citizen of Dionia. We can't let go of this great opportunity to unify Lucania." Big brother, there's a problem now. Seeing that Bagul's thoughts were clear, Assist immediately asked, "Picassus' strength is growing too fast. Do you think we need to reinforce Sima's tribe? If we don't do anything, that cunning sensing will believe that we're in trouble." After Bagul got rid of his doubts, he was already fully focused on the upcoming battle. As the actual commander of the Legio III Gramentum, his decisiveness and determination were on display. Moreover, the tribes in the south have already received our notice in advance and are already prepared. Now, everything is ready, and we're just waiting for Legion Commander Hieronymus and Lazuru to arrive with their troops. I believe that Lazuru is eagerly looking forward to using a great victory to wash away the humiliation he suffered in the Isthmian tournament. Although Assist was also looking forward to the battle, as Bagul's assistant, he was instructed by the Devers to assist Bagul in organizing and completing the Gramentum's battle plan. Therefore, he had to consider the problem more carefully in order to help the straightforward Bagul find any loopholes. There's still no movement from Potentia. Is there a problem? Don't worry. The people of Potentia are already frightened by their previous failure. They have to defend against the Simonians, and they can't afford to lose too much. Moreover, as far as I know, their great leader, Plumeth, is a very steady person. I'm afraid that by the time he wants to act, we'll already be attacking Picassus. Bagul smiled confidently. When Nikaru fled back to Kazensa, Pinlin was shocked. After listening to Nikaru's story, he was shocked and regretful. The news that the Dionia's fortress was built so quickly shocked him. He knew that the Dionia had captured Abyssinia, but he still sent the Abyssinia warriors to attack it. It was a stupid move that he made in a moment of desperation. Under the situation where the Brudi soldiers were in short supply, more than 2,000 elite soldiers were destroyed just like that. It was really distressing. Although Nikaru assured him that as long as he went to the front lines and shouted, these Abyssinia soldiers would not immediately change sides, but they would not have the heart to fight. Pinlin did not intend to fully believe his words. This grumpy and reckless leader of Abyssinia did not know how to win people's hearts at all. The rebellion of the Abyssinia soldiers also had a lot to do with him. At this time, Pinlin could only suppress his anxiety. He ordered the other tribes to send as many warriors as possible while waiting for the arrival of the army, led by Petaru. At dusk, not only did Petaru arrive with his army, but the great leader of Albania, Bergam, also arrived with his army. Only then did Penland's heart calm down a little. Early the next morning, Penland, Petaru, Bergam, and Nikaru led 11,000 Kazensa warriors, 2,500 Albanian warriors, and 5,000 warriors of other races, a total of nearly 20,000 people and 2,000 slaves, to the east. Great leader, bad news. The enemy is about to attack the city. Hearing the report from his subordinates, Pandru was not too nervous. After Nikaru and Bergam left with their troops, the Dionia did not appear for 2 consecutive days. This made him start to believe what Bergam said. Canopetia was not the focus of the Dionia's attack. What are you panicking about? It's not like the Dionia did not attack before. Didn't we easily repel them? Don't worry, with the sturdiness of Canopetia's walls, the Dionia can't do anything to us. Pandru encouraged his subordinates. But the Dionia's attack this time is a little different. They're digging. When Pandru rushed to the city wall, the soldiers of the Dionia Legio IV had already paved the slope 100 meters away from the city wall with soil and stones, creating a flat ground about 20 meters in length. Then, Pandru saw the Dionia put a wooden shelf about the height of a person on top of it. The Brudi warriors were curious and guessed what it was. Many of them thought that it was a tool that the Greeks used to offer sacrifices to their gods. Pandru stared ahead, watching the enemy carry wooden boxes to the side of the wooden shelf with difficulty. The uneasiness in his heart gradually increased. Are you ready? Can we fire? Helos came to the front of the ballista team, which the Devers called ballista team, and asked the ballista captain, wearing a red crown, expectantly. The ballista captain replied embarrassedly, "We still need an observer to position the ballista." The observer was an apprentice from the Mathematics Research Institute established by the Devers. He was standing in front of the captain. After hearing Helos's question, he turned around and said in a gentle tone, "Yes, but we have to try firing first." He pointed to the city wall in front of him and added, "Although this place is about 100 meters away from the city wall, the terrain of Canopetia is a bit higher. It is not on the same plane as the ballista, so it is difficult to determine the landing point. I need to see the test results before I make the correction." The captain nodded to show that he understood. Helos was a little confused. He knew that he could not learn all kinds of knowledge as easily as the Devers and get along with those knowledgeable scholars. He did not understand, but he knew that since this observer was selected by the Devers from the Mathematics Research Institute, he must be capable. Place the elevation lever in the middle and pull the bowstring to the maximum, the observer said. Immediately, the captain loudly ordered all the ballista gunners. The ballista gunners immediately turned the multiple sets of pulleys at the end of the ballista, and the iron hooks began to pull the finger-thick bowstring outward. This was an improvement on the Syracuse ballista by Maticles after he achieved some results in the research of pulleys. It made it easier for the gunners to pull the bowstring. As the bowstring moved further and further back, it drove the 2 wooden ballista arms fixed to the iron main beam by the torsion spring group to move back as well. Not only did the 2 ballista gunners feel a little tired, but even the torsion spring group connected to the main beam made a creaking sound. The ballista arms even showed a slight bend. The bowstring was pulled to the last position of the guide rail, and the ballista gunners hurriedly stuck the rotating shaft of the pulley. "Prepare the ballista," the captain ordered. The ballista gunners took out a stone bullet the size of 2 fists from the wooden box next to them. The stone was made from Devers cement, mixed with gravel, solidified in a circular mold, and polished by slaves, so its shape was round and smooth. They placed it on the woven net bag in the middle of the bowstring. "Fire!" At the captain's command, the ballista gunners pressed down on the spring. 2 thick strands of ox tendon tightly twisted together to form a spring group, which drove the pulled ballista arm to spring back suddenly. The huge force generated by the torsion force drove the bowstring, and the bowstring drove the stone bullet forward on the smooth guide rail at lightning speed, and then passed through the circular hole in the middle of the main beam. Under the gaze of Helos, the stone bullet flew out, and in the blink of an eye, it became a small black dot in the air. In Pandaru's vision, the small dot in the air rapidly grew larger. Amidst the screams of the soldiers, it flew over the city wall and fell into the city, smashing through the roof of a house, causing a cry of alarm. The soldiers were discussing what it was in a panic. Pandaru's face was gloomy. There was no doubt that this was Dionia's new siege weapon, but why didn't they use it before, but only after Nikaru and Bergam left? Could it be that all this was planned in advance? The elevation angle is high. The shooting distance is about 300 meters. The gunner made a rough judgment after observing the trajectory of the stone bullet. He carefully looked at the comparison table of elevation angle, torsion force scale, and range, which was drawn by the Institute of Mathematics according to the newly researched parabolic equation, and then said, "Put the elevation bar forward, pull the bowstring to the maximum, and fire another shot." The captain gave the order, and while the ballistic gunners were busy, the gunner said to Helos, "According to our research, the middle and upper sections of the city wall are generally weaker. We should try to focus our ballista bombardment on this area of the city wall." Helos listened attentively and nodded. The stone bullet flew out again, and this time it accurately hit the city wall. With a loud bang, gravel flew everywhere, and the screams of the enemy could be clearly heard from 100 meters away. The gunner and the captain were obviously satisfied with the bombardment this time, so they continued to order all ballistic cannons fire according to the previous settings. More than a dozen stone bullets flew out one after another, exploding on the enemy's city wall. "Continue firing, don't stop." Helos was obviously also very satisfied with the power of the ballista, but he did not completely rely on this secret weapon. He had another plan. Order the soldiers to start building the causeway. The orderly obeyed the order and left. Helos turned to Cypros, who had been following behind him, and said, "Lord Cypros, I hope that your men can also participate in the siege." "Don't be so polite, Commander Helos. Please give the order," Cypros said humbly. His eyes did not stray from the stone projectiles whistling through the air. The roar of the projectiles shocked him to the core. With the siege weapons invented by the Dionians and the 4-meter-high engineering towers being built in the camp, which city walls could withstand the attack of the Dionians? Even if the Greeks lost the battle, as long as they hid in the city, they would be able to withstand the attacks of the powerful enemies. Would this be the end of the era when the Greeks were defeated? Chapter 3:18. Everyone, Kazinsa's army has entered the Brity barracks 2 miles away. According to the scouts, the number of enemies may be more than 20,000. Dracos said to the crowd. Not only was he not nervous when he received the enemy's report, but he was relieved. It turned out that 2,000 Abyssinia warriors had voluntarily surrendered, and Dracos was having a headache on how to arrange them. Bagalipi suggested that Nikaru would soon lead Kazinsa's army back for revenge. Other than a few wounded warriors who could return to Ciudad Abyssinia to recuperate, the others had to stay in the newly built fortress and assist the Dionia in defending against Nikaru's attack. To prevent Dracos from suspecting that he had too much military power, Bagalipi suggested that the warriors of each tribe should be led by the leaders of each tribe. Dracos was very grateful for Bagalipi's understanding, but after all, the battle between Dionia and Abyssinia had just ended. Some of the families of Abyssinia warriors had also died in the hands of Dionia's soldiers. The hatred between the two tribes could not be eliminated so quickly. In the small fortress, conflicts between the soldiers of both sides were inevitable. Dracos and Bagalipi were very worried about this. Dracos, who was not good at dealing with such matters, could not wait to divert the attention of the soldiers to defending against the enemy's attack. After Dracos finished speaking, Adepigus translated his words into British language. The captains were all eager to try. Although Krilu was nervous, he knew that he had to assist the Dionia to block the attack of the British coalition. Otherwise, if the enemy attacked, the first person Nikaru would kill would be him. Bagalipi sat still, but his thoughts were similar to the young Krilu. Only Brim covered his abdomen that was stabbed by a Dionia soldier with one hand and wrapped tightly with a cloth by the doctor. He waved his other hand and exclaimed in shock, 20,000 Kazinsa soldiers. Does Kazinsa have so many warriors now? I think Penland should have also gathered the warriors of the Ambanians and other tribes, Bagalipi said. Brim's shock subsided a little, but he still sighed. 20,000 soldiers. This is the strongest army Briti has ever had. This is nothing. There are many city-state armies of more than 20,000 soldiers that have been defeated by Dionia. Crotone in the south, the Masapi and Pachetti across the bay. We're not afraid of having too many enemies, but we're afraid of having too few enemies. Trotyra stood up and said passionately, this son-in-law of one arm, Antichorus, was only a squad leader when he first arrived in Turiai with the mercenaries. Now, he was the leader of a battalion that commanded 1,000 people. His words were met with unanimous agreement from the other battalion leaders. Brim was unconvinced and wanted to say more, but Bagalipi held him down. Seeing this, the first battalion leader, Adrianx, looked at Drax and realized that the Legion leader did not seem to have any intention of saying anything. He knew his old friend's temperament well, so he came out to smooth things over. Although Kazensa's troops are large, we also have tens of thousands of soldiers, and we have the fortress as a barrier. According to Sir Devers, if the attacking side does not have a force several times that of the defending side, it will be very difficult to take down the fortress. Not to mention that the army led by Sir Devers will be arriving soon. Evidently, the fame of Sir Devers had made Brim lose the desire to refute. At this moment, when the hall regained its silence, Dracos began to speak. Spit, how's the training of the 2,000 newly arrived Ionia freedmen that I've assigned to you? Spit said with satisfaction. The freedmen sent by the Senate seem to have gone through strict selection. They've all gone through many military training sessions, and they're better at obeying orders. Archery and javelin throwing are their forte, and they can hold their ground for a while in close combat. I've already organized them into teams, and they're fully capable of playing a role in defending the city. That's good. Although Dracos was satisfied, there was not a trace of a smile on his face. He continued with a solemn expression. Given that the newly built wooden walkways are narrow and can't accommodate too many soldiers, we'll fight when the enemy attacks. You'll lead the light infantry brigade and the 2,000 freedmen on the wooden walls and launch continuous long-range attacks against the attacking enemy. When the enemy approaches the bottom of the wall, you'll immediately command them to retreat to the bottom of the wall. Let the archers continue to shoot and kill the enemy, disrupting their rhythm of attack. Don't worry, Commander. Hades will protect my brigade. I'm afraid that before it's your turn to go into battle, the enemy will be repelled by my brothers. Spitz said confidently. Dracos was happy to see such fighting spirit in his subordinates, but he would not praise and encourage them like Sir Devers, or even joke around to liven up the atmosphere. He only nodded slightly and did not respond. He looked around at the other brigade leaders and continued to explain his battle plan. After Spitz's troops retreat to the bottom of the wall, the 1st and 2nd Brigades and the Abyssinia warriors will quickly go up the wall. The 1st and 2nd Brigades will guard the southern wooden wall, while the Abyssinia warriors will guard the northern wall. Do not leave any gaps for the enemy to attack. The 3rd and 4th Brigades will act as the reserve force and wait at the bottom of the wall. Once there's any danger, immediately go to support. The 5th and 6th Brigades will stay behind to guard Ciudad Abyssinia. Everyone, do you understand your mission? Understood. Brutus above, we Abyssinia warriors will not let a single Kazinsa man climb the wooden wall. The young patriot Grimm was the first to respond. He also represented Bagalipi and the silent Brim to make a promise to Dracos. Commander, this is not fair. The 5th and 6th Brigades also want to go to the fortress to kill the enemy. The 6th Brigade leader, Trotyras, cried out. Although the 5th Brigade leader did not say anything, the disappointed expression on his face said it all. Dracos did not hesitate and said firmly, "This is an order." But Trotyras wanted to refute, but was interrupted by Adrianx. Trotyras, you have to understand that Ciudad Abyssinia is very important to us. If the Kazinsa people break through the fortress, the Ciudad Abyssinia that you guys are guarding will be the last line of defense to stop the enemy from sealing off the mountain area. It will also be the forward base to welcome the army led by Sir Devers. In order to remind him, Adrianx did not hesitate to jinx. Trotyras was just impulsive. He was not a fool. He immediately understood the meaning behind Adrianx's words. If Ciudad Abyssinia did not have the Dionia soldiers as witnesses, in case of a reversal, Legio III's retreat route would be cut off. Not only would they be in great danger, but the attack plan formulated by Sir Devers would also completely fail. I accept the order. Trotyras immediately replied. Woo, woo. The sound of the Bruty's horn came from afar. Spit held onto the opening of the wooden wall and looked out. He saw that the yellow-green grass in front of him was covered by a dense number of enemies, like a black tide rushing towards the wall. It should be said that the Bruty's formation was relatively neat and compact, unlike the loose formation of the Lacanians. 200 meters away from the fortress, the Bruty's people stopped moving forward. Drive the slaves up and fill those traps for me. Penlin ordered expressionlessly. 2,000 slaves, mainly Greeks, had been plundered by the Bruty tribes over the years. Under the threat of the spears of the warriors, they carried sacks filled with soil to the front of the battle formation and began to walk forward in a trembling manner. Captain, they have entered the trap area? The soldier next to Spit reminded him in a slightly anxious tone. Spit looked at him, smiled, and said, You are a new recruit, right? Don't worry. Let more enemies enter the shooting range. A slave dropped the sack on his back, turned around, and ran away. Another slave then threw the sack at the gap next to him. One after another, the scene was tense and a little chaotic. Sometimes, a slave accidentally stepped into a trap and let out a shrill scream, prompting the slaves to throw the sacks even more nervously. However, the supervising Bruty warriors didn't just lash the slaves with leather whips. They would stab the more serious ones to death with spears. Faced with the threat of death, the slaves did not dare to be lazy. They obediently ran to the back of the formation, then carried the sacks and continued to pave the road. Archers, get ready. Spit felt that the time was right and raised his right arm. More than 500 archers of the 7th Battalion and 2,000 freedmen stood on the 4-meter-high wooden wall, pulling their bows and arrows one after another. 80 meters, it was within the range of the arrows. After Spit silently chanted the Hades anthem, he waved his right hand down forcefully. Release. Woo, woo, woo. With the continuous sound of bowstrings, more than 2,000 sharp arrows soared into the sky, whistled down in an instant, and scattered evenly among the slaves. Suddenly, there was a splash of blood, and the screams continued. Seeing this scene, Penlin could not help but be moved. It was not because of the casualties of the slaves, but because he did not expect that the Dionia had so many archers, and judging from the landing point of the arrows, the archers' skills were not bad. Could it be that the Dionysian army here was not a patchwork, but a main force of the enemy? After all, the people of Abyssinia who fled to Kazinsa told him that there were not too many enemies attacking Ciudad Abyssinia. No more than 1,000 people. In the narration of Nikaru who fled to Kazinsa yesterday, the number of enemies increased by 2,000. This information gave him considerable confidence in retaking Ciudad Abyssinia. However, when he came here, the initial scale of the fortress had already surprised him, and a round of arrows from the Dionia made him vigilant again. Great leader, the enemy has a lot of archers. Petaru was obviously aware of this, and said with some concern. Penlin maintained a calm expression. Let these Greek slaves continue to exhaust the archers of the Dionia, even if they all die. Chapter 319. 80 meters, 70 meters, 60 meters. The closer they were to the wooden wall, the more intense the attacks were. The number of slaves was decreasing, and most of them were already lying on the grass as stepping stones. The fear of death made a few slaves throw away their sacks and run forward with all their might. Sharp wooden stakes and meat hooks pierced into their legs, causing them to bleed profusely. They screamed in agony, but they refused to stop staggering forward. I'm a Greek. I'm a Greek. I'm a Greek. The soldiers on the wall were stunned by the heart-wrenching screams. They all looked at Spit with pleading eyes. Seeing this, Spit was also a little hesitant. At this moment, a dozen Briti warriors rushed out of the formation after receiving the order from their leader. They stepped on the sacks on the ground and threw javelins at the slaves who couldn't move forward because of the deer barricades. The screams of the Greek slaves before they died made Spit make up his mind. He shouted angrily, "Continue to shoot." Countless arrows with sadness and anger continued to fall. Finally, almost all the slaves and Briti that were left in the shooting range were wiped out. Although these slaves were almost naked and had no protection, 2,000 of them were killed and injured in the trap area in a short time. They did not even reach the trench in front of the wooden wall. This made the leaders of the Briti gasp in horror. "Leader Penland, what do you think?" Bergam looked at Penland hesitantly. "Send other tribal warriors to continue to fill up the traps. We're almost at the foot of the wall," Penland said coldly but firmly. He had already come this far. No matter what, he had to test the strength of the enemy. He wouldn't back down so easily. Thousands of Briti warriors formed groups of two. They held a shield in one hand and a sack in the other. They began to move towards the wall in a very loose formation. Spit hoped that the enemy would slow down a little so that his soldiers could have more time to recover from the numbness in their arms. "Release the arrows." He waved his arm again. The Briti warriors were obviously more experienced than the slaves. When they saw the sky full of arrows, they immediately stopped moving forward. They crouched down, huddled together, and used their shields to protect their bodies. The arrows rained down like raindrops in a series of bang, bang, puff, puff. Amidst the crashing sounds, the screams of the soldiers were clearly much softer than before. However, when they were about 30 meters away from the wall, they were stopped in their tracks by the buckler barrier. Not only were there archers on the wooden wall, there were javelin throwers as well. For a moment, javelins and arrows rained down on the British soldiers, increasing their casualties and forcing them to retreat. Great leader. This time, even Petteru couldn't hold himself back. "Attack again." Penland hardened his heart and ordered, "Elder Petteru, lead 4,000 warriors and attack the north wall. Elder Bergam, you attack the south. Elder Nikaru, you take the middle road. Don't rush, follow the previous plan. First, clear the obstacles on the road, fill up the trenches, and then attack." The soldiers on the wooden wall cheered for the British defeat, but not long after, the enemy's attack came again. This time, they were divided into small groups of a few dozen people. They were densely packed together, and at the front, there were wooden shields as big as doors. The road that extended from the city gate was the only one that didn't have traps. It was reserved for Legio III. At this time, there were also Briti warriors pushing a wooden cart full of sacks that were full of soil towards the city gate. The experienced Sipit knew that blindly shooting arrows when the enemy was heavily guarded would only waste arrows and stamina, and the results wouldn't be great. Therefore, he forbade the soldiers from shooting blindly. They would only shoot when the enemy left the wooden shields. However, the wooden carts in the middle road were the focus of Dionia's light infantry. The distance of 100 meters made the Briti warriors pushing the carts lie on the ground. However, Nikaru's angry roar urged the Briti warriors to push the carts forward. Finally, they reached the trenches with great difficulty and prepared to dump the sacks that were piled up on the carts into the trenches. "Oil tanks," Spitz shouted calmly. More than 10 soldiers raised the olive oil tanks that were temporarily collected from Ciudad Abyssinia and threw them accurately at the wooden carts in front of the trenches. The tanks broke and oil splashed everywhere. Soon, the wooden carts were turned into oil carts. "Fire arrows," Spit ordered as he personally shot out a fire arrow. 5 to 6 fire arrows hit the wooden cart, and it quickly burst into flames. The Briti warriors that were pushing the carts were also caught on fire. They were rolling on the ground in panic. "Idiot! Quick! Push it down! Push it down!" Nikaru saw that the situation was urgent. He roared and threw away his shield. Risking being hit by the arrows, he pushed the hesitant warriors in front of him and rushed forward. He did not care about the burning carts. He held the carts tightly with both hands and pushed forward with all his strength. British warriors also rushed to his side under his command. The wooden carts were burning, and the javelins and arrows were concentrated on the carts. Under the leadership of Nikaru, the British warriors pushed the carts with all their might. With a boom, the entire wooden carts fell into the trenches. The sacks inside the carts filled up half of the trenches and pressed down on the crisscrossing wooden stakes in the trenches. The British warriors could step on the sacks in the trenches and reach the other side of the trenches in one big step. When the warriors were celebrating their success, Nikaru had already been hit by 2 javelins and was lying in a pool of blood. Nikaru was dead. When Pinlin heard this news, he could not help but feel sad. Although his relationship with Nikaru was not very good, he was still very close to Nikaru. At this time, the British warriors had already reached the edge of the trenches after paying a heavy price. They started to throw the sacks into the trenches. Pinlin finally gave the order, "Attack the city." The 10,000 warriors were divided into 2 groups. They carried long ladders and wooden stakes and started to approach the city wall. Just when the British warriors blew the horn to attack, the Dionia warriors also blew the horn. The soldiers of the 1st and 2nd companies started to go up the city wall. While the Dionia soldiers were changing shifts on the city wall, the British warriors stepped on the corpses of their comrades and rushed to the trenches. The Legion 3 soldiers immediately threw a rain of javelins. The British warriors who were hit directly fell into the trenches. When the British warriors reached the wooden wall, they looked up and complained. It was built by the Dionia people. Below the wooden wall, there were countless sharp wooden stakes that extended outwards, making it impossible for the ladders to reach the wall. Even if the warriors climbed to the top of the ladders, they were still a short distance away from the wooden wall. This undoubtedly increased the difficulty of attacking the city. Just when the British warrior was distracted, a stone fell vertically and hit him in the head. "Good job." Krelu patted the Abyssinia warrior and shouted, "My people, kill them all. Don't let a single Kazinsa person go back alive." The battle was intense. The Dionia and Abyssinia warriors threw javelins, threw stones, stabbed with spears, pushed with tridents, and slashed with sabers. They did everything they could to stop the British from attacking the city. On the other hand, the British also used wooden stakes to attack the city wall. Under the cover of the British javelin throwers, a group of more than a dozen warriors carried huge logs. They not only hit the city gate, but also the wooden wall. This was because Pinlin and the others thought that even though the Dionia people had built the wooden wall in such a short time, it couldn't be very sturdy. In fact, this was indeed the case. The wooden wall built by the Dionia soldiers was a double-layered wooden fence. The middle was filled with soil taken out from the trenches, and the top was covered with wooden planks to form a walkway. However, due to the lack of time, the soil in the middle was not completely compacted, and the wooden fence was not carefully reinforced. After discovering the enemy's intentions, Dracos had no choice but to divert some of his forces to attack the daring warriors who lacked protection. However, Pinlin did not only have these 2 methods to attack the city. "Captain, look, there's a fire." A soldier shouted to remind Adrianx. He hurriedly looked down and saw that the bottom of the wooden wall was already on fire. A few British warriors were holding a clay pot and pouring oil on the wall. The fire was getting bigger and bigger. "Quick, shoot that man." While Adrianx ordered the soldiers to throw the javelins, he also shouted anxiously, "Quick, pour the sand down. Pour it down." Due to the lack of time and resources, the wooden wall was not fireproof. For example, painting. Fortunately, Dracos had considered this problem when he was discussing with the captains about how to defend the fortress. He placed cloth bags filled with soil on the walkway. The fire was finally extinguished, but Adrianx's expression was still serious. He reminded the captains and soldiers to pay close attention to any enemies who were carrying clay pots and bags of oil. They should do everything they could to prevent them from getting close to the wooden wall. The siege was bloody and cruel. Every time he saw the long ladder being pushed down and the soldiers falling from the top of the wall, Pinlin's heart ached. However, as the commander of the army, he had to pay attention to the progress of the battle. He moved forward again and again just to see more clearly. In the end, he walked to the edge of the trap area. Perhaps the corpses on the ground made the war horse feel uneasy. It snorted and used its front hooves to dig at the ground. Pienluen didn't expect the Dionians to be able to set up such a complete defensive system in just 3 days. Furthermore, the soldiers were experienced and skilled in defending the fortress. Seeing the broody warriors struggling and groaning under the wall, Pienlen's confidence gradually weakened. Chapter 320. Fortunately, behind the wooden wall, there was a guard tower that was over a meter taller than the wall. Below the wall, the light infantry led by Xpit, as well as the arrows and javelins fired by the freedmen as support. Thus, the southern section of the wooden wall was basically safe. Xpit shot an arrow, hitting the chest of the enemy who had broken through the wooden wall. The seemingly thick leather robe was completely penetrated, and the enemy collapsed to the ground. Xpit reached for the arrow out of habit, but found that the quiver was empty. "Quick, get a new quiver of arrows." Xpit shook his numb right hand and said to the guard beside him. After a while, the guard hurriedly ran back and handed him a quiver filled with 10 arrows. At the same time, he said, "Captain, the quartermaster asked you to use them sparingly. He doesn't have many arrows left. How can they be used up so quickly?" Xpit said with slight dissatisfaction. "That's what I asked him, but he said that there are more than 2,000 archers in our light infantry and freedmen, and each of them has 20,000 arrows in their quiver, but almost all of the archers have used up their quiver. He also said that arrows are bought with money, and the price is not low. This time, because our second legion has a need for defensive operations, the enemy of Mercis gave us 30,000 arrows. Otherwise, they wouldn't have let us waste them like this." The guard felt wronged as he passed on the message. Although Xpit was also a little angry, the quartermaster of the supply team was now under Mercy's command. Whenever he thought of that stingy fatty, Xpit felt a headache coming on. He said loudly, "Brothers, there's nothing to worry about even if we run out of arrows. We still have reverse blades and spears, don't you think?" Yes. The stalemate of the siege made Pienluen very anxious. He turned around to look at the soldiers resting in the rear. He hesitated whether or not he should send the last 5,000 soldiers into battle. However, the battlefield was too small, and the wooden walls were too crowded. No matter how many people they sent, it would be useless. At this moment, he heard a rumbling sound behind him, followed by a wave of cheers. The wooden wall has collapsed. The enemy's wall had collapsed. The warriors beside him cheered. Pienluen turned around excitedly. There was a large gap in the center of the southern part of the wooden wall of the stronghold, and the broody warriors were rushing in. "Don't panic. Do not panic." Brim comforted the panicking Abyssinia warriors loudly. Bagalipi was too old, and the warriors in his tribe were led by Bagalipi's nephew. Therefore, among the 3 leaders of Abyssinia, Brim was the oldest, the most senior, and the most prestigious. Although he didn't really want to fight the Kazensa people, he had to work hard for the survival of his people on the battlefield. "Guard your position well. The wall will not collapse again," Brim shouted. He knew very well that it was because of the carelessness of the soldiers that the wooden wall had been burned by the kerosene and hit by the blackwood, which caused the wall to be damaged and the pit to collapse. "Guard the front. Don't care about the enemies that rushed in. There are Dionia people behind to deal with them." The reason why he said this was because he had already seen the heavily armed Dionia soldiers waiting behind the gap in the wooden wall. The quick and orderly movement of the Dionysian army surprised him. For the soldiers of the Second Legion, the collapse of the wooden wall was a good thing. They could finally make up for the regret of not being able to go up the wall to kill the enemy. When the broody warriors stepped on the collapsed rampart, kicked the broken wooden fence, and rushed into the wall, they suddenly found themselves facing an iron wall surrounded by countless copper shields and countless sharp spears. In the rhythmic sound of the war drums, the Dionia soldiers steadily stabbed and retracted their spears. Every stab could take away a life. The broody warriors who rushed and could not form a formation with their companions, nor were they organized by the team officers. They could not rely on their individual bravery to resist the attacks of the Dionysian army. They also had to guard against the arrows shot from the sentry tower above and the javelins of the Abyssinia soldiers. In a short period of time after breaking through the wooden wall, the casualties of the broody warriors rose sharply. They were terrified and wanted to retreat, but their way back was blocked by the excited soldiers behind them. The 3rd and 4th legions of the 2nd Legion advanced steadily, shrinking the encirclement, causing the broody warriors to be crowded together. It was difficult for them to even wave their weapons. At first, Penland was happy to see many broody warriors rushing into the gap, but soon the scene there seemed to have stagnated. The warriors lingered at the gap, but could not enter. He felt a little uneasy. Then, he was surprised to see that the broody warriors suddenly scattered and fled. From a gap in the wall, teams of Dionia soldiers in bright armor rushed out. They took the opportunity to attack the other broody warriors who were attacking the city with all their might from the side. Soon, the retreat was no longer just the gap, but the entire broody attack line. Seeing this scene, Penland's heart sank, and he extinguished the hope of victory. He could see that the Dionysian army that occupied Abyssinia was not just a non-main force of Dionia, which only had a few thousand soldiers. It was very likely to be the legion that the Diorians claimed. "Retreat," he shouted out in pain. However, when he finally gathered the defeated soldiers and returned to the camp in frustration, he received worse news. "What did you say? There's a riot in the city of Cosenza?" "Yes, great leader. Sodom, Sax, Bua, a dozen tribes suddenly led their people to attack the inner city on the 2nd morning after you left. If it wasn't for the timely arrival of Chief Katerk's troops, I'm afraid they would have attacked the inner city. Right now, they have occupied the west side of the outer city. The high priest has sent me to inform you as soon as possible. He hopes that you can quickly pacify these rebels and restore peace to Cosenza." The messenger said anxiously, "Understood. Go back and tell the high priest that I will immediately return with the army. Tell him not to panic and to defend the inner city with Katerk first." Penland quickly made a decision. Back then, in order to monitor and rule these disobedient tribes, the Council of 7 Elders discussed and decided to force them to move to the outer city of Cosenza, which resulted in the current situation. This time, the rebellion was a wake-up call for Penland. The invasion of the Dionia had affected the various tribes in the broody region, especially the tribes that were previously dissatisfied with the alliance. He had to act quickly to prevent the situation from worsening. He sent Petaru to carry out the order to break camp. Soon, Bergam barged into the main tent and shouted excitedly, "Did I hear it wrong? Penland, you want to return to Cosenza? Let the Dionia continue to build the fortress here, and we're leaving just like that." "Elder Bergam, in this terrible situation, what else can we do? Continue to attack the fortress?" Penland was no longer as anxious as he was when he first heard news. He asked calmly, "There are probably 6,000 to 7,000 well-trained Dionia soldiers behind the wall, and more than 2,000 Abyssinia traders who have defected to them. In addition to that well-defended fortress, do you think we can take this fortress with just a few of us? You have to know that we have lost nearly 2,000 people in today's battle. 2,000 people. That's equivalent to more than half of the Ambalian warriors you brought." After listening to this, Bergam sat down dejectedly. After a while, he raised his head and murmured in a dry voice, "Are we just going to watch the Dionia army pass through Abyssinia and invade our homeland? Then let them come." Penland roared. His eyes were full of vigor as he looked straight at Bergam. He walked up to him and gave him a strong hug. In a firm tone, he said resolutely, "We want to go back and gather all the broody warriors. We want to fight to the death with the Dionia on the Cosenza plateau. This battle will determine the rise and fall of the broody people. The goddess of the plateau, Amara, will protect us." Plateau. After being reminded by Penland, Bergam's fighting spirit was reignited. "Yes, we have the protection of Amara. We also have the Cosenza plateau." The high-spirited Sinsing had gained the support of many tribes in the north of the Gramentum and smoothly marched south. After arriving in the south, he finally encountered an obstacle. The tribes that had previously moved from Nudum were the first tribes to surrender to Dionia. Compared to Picassus in the far west of the Gramintum, they identified with Dionia and trusted Dionia more. They drove out the messengers sent by Sensing and united to fight against Picassus. Sensing was furious and was ready to lead the army to attack these disobedient tribes. But news came. There was movement in the north of the Gramintum city. About 2,000 Dionia soldiers came out of the city. This made Sensing worry that when he attacked the Lucania tribe in the south, he would suddenly be attacked by the Dionia from the flank, so he had to withdraw his troops. As soon as Picassus's troops withdrew, the Dionia people immediately retreated back into the city. This happened for 2 days in a row. Sensing concluded that the Dionia people in the city were just putting on a show. They had neither the guts nor the intention to attack him. Therefore, he asked Ninit to take 2,000 soldiers to keep an eye on the Gramintum city while he led the army to prepare to conquer the southern tribes. At this time, Picassus sent a messenger to tell him bad news. 1,000 Hellenes had invaded Picassus's territory. They destroyed the farmland and burned the settlements. Picassus did not dare to attack rashly because of the limited number of troops in the city. He asked Sensing to return urgently.